Chapter 764. The next moment, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 billion energy value. Yes, very powerful. To be honest, Wang Mang did not expect it either. This Celestial King level blind box was still as powerful as ever. He had only opened the lottery twice, and he had already obtained 2 billion energy value. This also made Wang Mang's accumulated energy value reach 31 billion. If he could still obtain 9 billion energy value in the next lottery, then he would be able to obtain a heaven-defying 9 billion energy value. He might really be able to evolve again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and began to look forward to the next lottery. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a low-level god-killing cannon shell. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he could not help but feel happy. Not bad, not bad. Although this was a low-level god-killing cannon shell, it was still very useful to Wang Mang. Although Wang Mang's strength was indeed enough to kill a second Heaven Emperor God, Wang Mang admitted that it was still difficult for him to kill a third Heaven Emperor God. In front of a third Heaven Emperor God, he could at most protect himself. Now that he had this god-killing cannon shell, he could kill a third Heaven Emperor God at any time. Because of this lottery was still very good for Wang Mang. Next, if he could get a more powerful god-killing cannon, it would be even better. Just as Wang Mang was secretly looking forward to it, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 500 million energy value. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first, but he was not too disappointed. Although 500 million energy value was not much, it was not little either. After waiting for another minute, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 500 million energy value. Damn, another 500 million? It was a little too little. Wang Mang muttered a few words, feeling a little helpless in his heart, because according to this trend, there was a huge gap between them. His idea of continuing to evolve had completely fallen through. Now, there were only 3 prizes left, unless a miracle happened and gave him a large amount of energy value. Otherwise, the possibility of Wang Mang gathering enough energy to evolve was extremely low. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a piece of the Goddess of Moonlight's original underwear. Good heavens, is he giving me an underwear collection too? Hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang was completely speechless. It seemed that it was impossible to gather enough energy to evolve. However, even Wang Mang had nothing to say. After all, the Celestial King Grade Blind Box was still quite powerful. So many things were given to him one after another. Just the energy value alone was worth billions. It was much better than an Immortal King Grade treasure chest. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a piece of Guanyin Bodhisattva's original underwear. F***CK. This was too much of a scam. To tell the truth, Wang Mang also didn't expect that the Immortal King Grade Blind Box would actually give him 2 sets of underwear. Just as Wang Mang was feeling helpless, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 talent points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Wang Mang thought that the Immortal King Grade Blind Box would definitely give him trash. Who would have thought that the last time he drew a prize, it would give him 10 points of talent value. This could be considered the last surprise. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood finally improved. Now, he was still about 8 billion energy points away from evolution. It seemed that if he wanted to evolve again, he had to complete another mission. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Detected host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Turn a blind eye to the Earth that is in danger, as well as your parents and family. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 50 billion energy points. Immortal King grade treasure chest X2. Immortal King grade blind box X2. Mission 2. Face the Earth that is in danger, as well as your parents and family. Rush back to Earth and solve the problem. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission reward. 5 billion energy points. Immortal King grade treasure chest X1. Mission 3. Face the Earth that is in danger, as well as your parents and family. Rush back to Earth and kill the enemy. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission reward. 8 billion energy points. Immortal King grade blind box X1. After hearing the mission, Wang Mang was stunned. Earth was in danger. His parents and family were also in danger. For a moment, Wang Mang's heart tightened. What made Wang Mang feel even more incredulous was that the system was actually tempting him to turn a blind eye, and the reward for free was so high. If this was another mission, Wang Mang would definitely choose to be a freeloader without hesitation. But the problem was that this was a crisis for his family, although Wang Mang often used unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. But that was only in this era where the strong were respected and the survival of the fittest. Moreover, even after cultivating until now, Wang Mang had not reached the point of being heartless. Therefore, Wang Mang made his choice almost without hesitation. Then Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was not happy at all. On the contrary, Wang Mang directly sent a message to the third forefather. Wang Mang directly used the teleportation stone and directly teleported back to Earth. When Wang Mang opened his eyes again, he had already appeared on Earth in the cave of the Huanshan Reservoir. Moreover, as Wang Mang breathed, the entire space of Earth was trembling. This was because the world of Earth could not bear the existence of Wang Mang, who was at the level of a god. Moreover, what made Wang Mang frown was, as he raised his hand, the space completely collapsed. Even if he raised his hand unconsciously, the space would explode. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Isn't this too exaggerated? Earth's space barrier is more fragile than tofu." Wang Mang had no choice but to suppress his own strength, because Wang Mang did not doubt, as long as he wanted to, he could blow up Earth with a wave of his hand. This was not an exaggeration, because the space barrier of Earth was too weak. If someone observed carefully, they would notice. Ever since Wang Mang appeared on Earth, the space around him had always been distorted and chaotic. Chapter 765. After Wang Mang compressed his aura to that of a golden immortal, only then did the distorted space around Wang Mang ease up a lot. Evidently, Earth could only barely withstand a grand heavenly realm expert. The more powerful experts could even cause space to collapse. But what puzzled Wang Mang was, where did Earth's crisis come from? Puzzled, Wang Mang scanned the entire Earth with his divine sense. Then, Wang Mang immediately discovered something. The current Earth had developed to a very powerful state, because time had unknowingly arrived. 1,000 years of immortal essence. The so-called immortal essence meant that Earth had entered the era of immortals for 1,000 years. In the world of Earth, existences above Earth, immortals accounted for 10%. Existences below Earth, immortals accounted for a full 90%. Among them, the strongest had already reached the 4th level. Similarly, Wang Mang also glanced at his parents and family. To Wang Mang's relief, his parents and family were still the strongest people. Their strength had already reached the golden immortal level. As for Wang Mang's former subordinates, they were close to the primordial unity golden immortal level. Even in the world of Earth, it was also one of the most powerful forces. After seeing the state of Earth, Wang Mang muttered to himself, "It seems that the trouble hasn't come yet. Where did the trouble come from?" Soon, Wang Mang scanned the Earth a few times. He finally discovered the problem of Earth. There were actually several space tunnels on Earth. Not only that, after Wang Mang carefully sensed the fluctuations of the space tunnels, Wang Mang was even more shocked because the spatial fluctuations were extremely terrifying. Although it was much weaker than the Sacred Emperor continent, it was definitely a top world. After confirming that there was no mistake, Wang Mang muttered to himself with a puzzled expression, could it be that a top world has discovered Earth? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang disappeared. In the next moment, Wang Mang had already appeared in the sky of a certain corner of the jungle in the world. At this moment, Wang Mang's eyes were fixed on the space door in the sky. The spatial fluctuations of this spatial gate were somewhat unstable. In fact, Wang Mang didn't even know that inside the space gate. When would an expert come through the spatial gate? Other than the one in front of him, Wang Mang felt something else. On the entire Earth, there were a total of 3 spatial gates. Thinking of this, Wang Mang pondered for a while and made a decision. He decided to destroy these spatial gates first before thinking about anything else. With that thought in mind, Wang Mang raised his hand, controlled his own strength, and threw a palm strike at the space door. Rumble! A terrifying sonic boom followed. After Wang Mang's palm strike, the spatial door began to distort and collapse. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the entire space door had completely disappeared. Because this spatial gate was built on Earth, and it was not stable, the spatial enchantment of Earth was so weak that it was too easy to destroy it. Moreover, Wang Mang's strength had reached the Emperor God level. After destroying this spatial gate, Wang Mang disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, when Wang Mang appeared again, he was already in the sky above a mountain range. Similarly, there was still a spatial gate in front of Wang Mang. But at this moment, the sky began to tremble violently. Wang Mang, who was originally calm, suddenly changed his expression. Because, judging from the spatial fluctuations, there was an unknown expert coming through the spatial gate, just as Wang Mang was about to destroy the spatial gate. It was too late. He saw that 2 figures instantly flew out of the spatial gate. These 2 figures were like humans, but there were snake scales on their bodies. They looked roughly similar to humans, but there were some differences. Similarly, the aura of these 2 strange people had reached the almighty immortal level. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the target that was teleported out was not very powerful. At this moment, these 2 strange people who came from an unknown world, they were looking at this world curiously. Then they quickly noticed Wang Mang. At first, these 2 strange people did not pay much attention to him. But after sensing the terrifying and dangerous aura on Wang Mang, these 2 strange people instantly felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They looked at Wang Mang with some uncertainty, because they really could not think of such a weak world. How could such a powerful fifth stage existence be born? One had to know that although they had just arrived in this world, but with just a few glances, they could tell. Such a world. It was impossible for an immortal emperor-level existence to be born. But Wang Meng, he was more than an immortal emperor-level existence. The terrifying threat that Wang Meng gave them was comparable to an emperor-god-level powerhouse. For a moment, the two weirdos were at a loss for what to do. Where are the two of you from? At this moment, Wang Meng asked with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, the two strange people's eyes suddenly flickered. Moreover, Wang Meng could sense that these two guys were a little flustered by his question. But at this moment, Wang Meng suddenly raised his head and looked outside the world of Earth, because he could sense that in the space outside the world of Earth, there was an even more terrifying existence that was passing through the space door. Similarly, these two immortal emperor-level strange people also felt it. They raised their heads and looked outside the world of Earth in the nearby universe, because in the nearby universe there was a space door. Seeing the two of them happy, Wang Meng's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the next moment, Wang Meng suddenly shouted coldly, "Die!" As soon as his voice fell, Wang Meng's cold eyes exploded with a terrifying power of laws. In the next moment, these two strange people screamed before they could react. Then, these two strange people's bodies exploded. Seeing this, Wang Meng moved and shot toward the surrounding universe of Earth. In a breath's time, Wang Meng had already arrived in the universe. Moreover, even if Wang Meng wanted to destroy the space door, it would be too late, because he could sense that the existence in the space door was about to appear. In addition, this space gate was also very stable and could not be destroyed easily. For a moment, Wang Meng's eyes were fixed on the space door not far away. In the next moment, Wang Meng saw it. In the space door, a huge figure stepped out of the space door. This was an existence whose body covered the sky. It had a human form and a dragon body, and its body was at least 10,000 feet tall. The aura around its body was very terrifying. It had actually reached the peak of the immortal emperor level. At this moment, this giant dragonman's expression was indifferent, and its scarlet eyes were even more terrifying. But when this giant dragon man saw Wang Meng, he could not help but be slightly stunned. But when he felt Wang Meng's terrifying immortal emperor-level aura, he was shocked. This giant dragon man was even more shocked, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Didn't they say that this world was very weak? Didn't they say that this world was full of ants? F***CK. Did I teleport wrongly? Chapter 766. It was no wonder that the giant dragon person doubted his life. That was because when they were teleported here, they had already gotten the information. When they invaded the world of the Demon Fetus clan, they were lucky enough to get the information. However, the answer they got was that this was a weak world, and it was not worth invading. Nevertheless, they still came here to see if there were other worlds in the surrounding universe that they could invade. However, as a dragon person, he met Wang Meng as soon as he entered this universe. Therefore, it was inevitable that he doubted his life. If it was possible, the giant draconian wanted to turn around and leave. However, he knew that in front of Wang Meng, if Wang Meng was unwilling to let him go, he would definitely not be able to escape under Wang Meng's nose. Emperor God experts were also top-notch experts in their world. Hence, the giant dragon man expert was very clear about how powerful an Emperor God expert was. Helpless, the giant dragon person asked cautiously, "Senior, I was teleported to the wrong place. How about I teleport back again?" After that, the giant dragon person looked at Wang Meng anxiously. Hearing that, Wang Meng sneered and said indifferently, "Do you think I will believe you? Which continent are you from?" Are you going to tell me yourself, or do you want me to do it? Hearing Wang Mang's words, the giant dragonborn expert's heart tightened. He said helplessly, "That's right," he said helplessly. "Senior, please ask whatever you want to know. I will definitely tell you everything I know." After hearing that, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. "Tell me, which continent are you from? What is the level of the strongest expert on the continent?" Hearing that, the giant dragon person hesitated for a while before answering. "Senior, we are from the half-beast continent. In the half-beast continent, the strongest expert has reached the same level as you, Senior. They are all emperor gods." Hearing that, Wang Mang's eyes flickered. His guess was right. This world was definitely a top macro world. With that in mind, Wang Mang asked again, "Then roughly, how many god emperor level experts are there in your half-beast continent?" Upon hearing that, the gigantic draconian explained, "In the entire half-beast continent, there are more than 20 of them. However, our vassal continent is extremely powerful. It's said that there are Type 6 powerhouses there." After hearing the words of the giant dragon man, Yi Zichen nodded. Wang Mang's twin models stared at his expression. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, Wang Mang knew that this was most likely true. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart sank. The half-beast continent was nothing to fear. However, the pressure on Wang Mang from the continent above the half-beast continent was too great. Even if he had not gone to the other side's world, he was just a Type 6 powerhouse. This made Wang Mang not dare to act rashly, because with his god emperor level strength, even the half-beast continent could not be conquered. After all, the half-beast continent also had god emperors and even late god emperors. Wang Mang did not doubt that. Thinking of this, Wang Mang also gave up on the idea of suppressing the other side of the world. He wanted to suppress it. However, he was not strong enough. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made up his mind. It would be fine if he destroyed all the space doors. At this moment, the other two space doors in the distance emitted violent spatial fluctuations. After that, Wang Mang looked sideways and saw that two more gigantic draconian came out of the space door. After these two gigantic draconian came out, they laughed wildly. "This is really a fragile world. This world will tremble under our feet." After saying that, these two gigantic draconian looked around. After seeing Wang Mang, their laughter stopped abruptly. At the same time, they also felt the terrifying aura emitted from Wang Mang's body. In an instant, the two gigantic draconian, who were originally fearless, they immediately felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles and were extremely nervous. After looking at the two draconian, Wang Mang smiled and waved his hand indifferently. "You two come over too." Hearing this, the two draconian carefully came over and cupped their hands respectfully. "Say, Senior." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. "Good, the three of you go and destroy all the space doors. I will spare your lives." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the three draconian looked at each other bitterly, because once they destroyed the space doors, they would not even have the chance to go back. Such a stable spatial gate was not something that they could build. Moreover, this was a space door that was extremely far away and could only be built by a god emperor-level expert. It was simply too difficult for them to build such a stable space door. Their skills were still lacking. However, under the pressure of a god emperor-level expert like Wang Mang, they did not dare to disobey his orders. Not long after, the space door in the universe near Earth, it was destroyed by them. However, they remembered the space coordinates. If they had the chance, of course, they would want to escape. Unfortunately, their thoughts were destined to fail, because after seeing the three draconian destroy the space door, Wang Mang's lips curled up as he directly attacked. Wang Mang's enormous hand that blotted out the sky instantly grabbed at two of the Draconians. The two Draconian did not even have time to react before they were caught by Wang Mang's Buddha country in palm. This made the two Draconian terrified, and they begged for mercy. "Senior, please don't kill us. We are willing to surrender to you." "Yes, Senior, please don't kill us." Unfortunately, Wang Mang ignored the two Draconian begging for mercy. In the next moment, Wang Mang transformed into a giant python and directly threw the two of them into his bloody mouth. Then, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host successfully devoured two peak god emperors of the dragon-human clan." Ding. "Congratulations, host successfully gained 200 million energy value." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Wasn't this too little? Was a peak god emperor so worthless? However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host successfully completed the mission." Ding. "Congratulations, host successfully gained Immortal King Level Blind Box X1. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully gained 8 billion energy value." Ding. Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? Chapter 767. No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. He was even a little confused. Was this considered as completing the mission? So simple. It seemed that these three guys, they should have been sent by the half-beast continent to probe. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood lightened up. Because if the half-beast continent knew that the three peak saint emperors they had just sent had died, as long as they were not fools, they would know that this side also needed emperor gods. Without knowing the specific situation here, they would definitely not dare to act rashly. In fact, it was just as Wang Mang thought. At this moment, outside the half-beast continent's space portal, many experts had gathered. Among them, there were more than 1,000 rank 5 experts and 2 emperor god experts. When they sensed that the 2 peak saint emperors had died, the 2 god emperors frowned. After looking at each other, they fell into deep thought, and then said, "Forget it. Looks like the opposite world is not easy to deal with. We sent 3 peak saint emperors, but they died instantly." Thinking about it, even if the other one did not die, he must have been imprisoned and tortured. Hearing this, the rest of the rank 5 experts fell into shock and began to worry. The look of eagerness on their faces had completely disappeared. Because if the peak saint emperors died instantly, they, the immortal emperors, were nothing. Therefore, many tier 5 powerhouses started to think of retreating in their hearts. Fortunately, at this moment, the 2 emperor gods had obviously given up on the idea of continuing the invasion. Then, the 2 emperor gods destroyed the space teleportation gates. At the same time, in the universe where Wang Mang was the only remaining peak Saint Emperor Dragon Man, was already scared out of his wits. His 2 companions were dead and were killed by Wang Mang in an instant. He did not know why Wang Mang did not kill him, but he was still terrified. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately chuckled and said, "I still have a use for you. Open your mind and let me control you. Then I'll spare your life." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Dragonborn hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. "Senior, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If I become a puppet, I'll be better off dead." Even though he was basically a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board, and there was no way he could fight against Wang Mang. To put it bluntly, if Wang Mang wanted him to live, he would live. If Wang Mang wanted him to die, he would die. However, he would rather die than have his mind controlled by someone else. He was also unwilling to become a puppet of a walking corpse. Wang Mang was somewhat surprised to see the Dragon Man reject him. It seemed that not all experts would yield in the face of death. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's expression was indifferent as he stood with his hands behind his back. Have you thought it through? You'd rather die than be controlled by me? Hearing this, the giant dragon man nodded with a determined look on his face. Seeing this, Wang Mang didn't say anything else. He immediately raised his hand to grab the giant dragon person. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. Under the giant dragonman's desperate gaze, Wang Mang's giant palm held him tightly. Then, Wang Mang's upper body transformed into a giant python's body and threw him into his bloody mouth. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a peak Holy Emperor, obtained 100 million energy value. Ding! The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately muttered to himself. Then, Wang Mang checked the nearby universe again. After discovering that there was no space door, he returned to Earth. When Wang Mang appeared again, he was already at the peak of a mountain. Soon after, Wang Mang saw his parents meditating not far away, breathing in and out. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw them nearby, a group of subordinates who were guarding Wang Mang's parents at all times. The Tree Emperor, Willow Emperor, Flower Emperor, Black Dragon Emperor, and so on were among them. Moreover, they were the first to notice Wang Mang. They all said happily, "Master." At this time, Wang Fu and Queen Mother, who were meditating, also opened their eyes when they heard the commotion. After seeing Wang Mang standing not far away with his hands behind his back, Wang Fu and Queen Mother both said happily, "My son is back." Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled and nodded. In a flash, he appeared beside Wang Fu and Queen Mother. "Dad, Mom, did anything happen recently?" Hearing this, Wang Fu and Queen Mother looked at each other and looked at Wang Mang. "Now, you won't come back once in a few hundred years. After a long time, won't you come back once in a few thousand years?" After hearing his parents' words, Wang Mang smiled awkwardly. "Dad, Mom, I'm back now. I want to come back more often. But if my cultivation is too low, I'll be beaten up. I can't do anything about it." After hearing Wang Mang's explanation, Wang Fu and Queen Mother's expression softened slightly. They had also stepped onto the path of cultivation. Of course, they knew that if their cultivation was too weak, they were destined to be beaten up. Therefore, even if they wanted to scold Wang Mang, they couldn't bear to do so. They couldn't let their son delay his cultivation just because he came back to visit them often, right? Moreover, they didn't even need to guess to know. Wang Mang must have suffered a lot while cultivating outside. Thinking of this, Wang Fu was silent for a while before saying calmly, "Son, let me tell you, your grandmother has already left. She missed your grandfather too much, so she didn't want to live anymore. But the underworld gave her face, so your grandmother didn't reincarnate. Thanks to you, your grandmother is now the king of hell in the underworld. Your grandmother has also found your grandfather's soul. They are both living in the underworld. If you miss your grandparents, you can go to the underworld to visit them at any time." Hearing this, Wang Mang was silent for a while. He felt a little sad in his heart, but when he thought about how his grandmother had already found his grandfather, she should be happier than before, right? After thinking of this, Wang Mang's sadness was swept away. Perhaps this was the life that his grandmother wanted. This thing called love, it really had a lot of magic. After relieving himself, Wang Mang nodded and smiled. "Okay, Father, I understand." At this moment, Queen Mother suddenly asked, "Son, have you found a Tao companion?" After hearing Queen Mother's words, Wang Fu immediately perked up and looked at his son. After seeing his parents' expectant gazes, Wang Mang suddenly felt a little helpless. How was he supposed to answer this? What kind of Tao companion was he supposed to find? Thinking of this, Wang Mang said vaguely, "Father and mother, what era is this? Your son, I live as long as the heavens. It's fine if I find one later. Besides, your son is so outstanding. You have to choose a Tao companion carefully." Hearing this, Wang Fu and Queen Mother looked at each other. They immediately guessed it. Their son must not have thought about this at all, and was just trying to brush them off. Thinking of this, Wang Fu and Queen Mother suddenly became anxious and said unhappily, "When are you going to find a Tao companion? How long are you going to drag it out?" Chapter 768. That's right, son. Marriage can't be delayed. If you really can't do it, you can ask Mom and Dad to take care of you. That's right, son. Your mother's words make a lot of sense. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the higher one's cultivation, the harder it is to have children, right? Ever since your mother and I stepped onto the path of cultivation, we have always wanted a second child, but we couldn't conceive at all. After hearing his parents' words, Wang Mang felt a headache coming on. Wang Mang didn't expect his parents to know about this. In fact, this was indeed the case. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to have children. This was because it was too difficult to reincarnate and become the descendant of a powerhouse. This required a huge amount of merit. The merit here was all-encompassing. Therefore, reincarnation was also a skill. These words were not groundless. For example, how difficult was it to become the descendant of the current Wang Mang? The probability was even more difficult than becoming a stage 5 powerhouse. Because of this, powerhouses who walked further on the path of cultivation, it was destined that it was even more difficult to have children. Helpless, Wang Mang continued to be vague and said helplessly, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm still a child. I don't have any intention of finding a Tao companion for the time being. Why don't we wait a little longer?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Wang Fu was instantly angry and amused. "You're still a child? How can you say something like that? How did I give birth to such a shameless thing like you? Anyway, it doesn't matter if you come back or not. You can do whatever you want, but you have to find a Tao companion to continue the bloodline of our Wang family." Wang Mang was about to open his mouth to explain when he saw his father's anger at Yang Zi. At this moment, the Queen Mother spoke again. She suddenly whispered to Wang Mang, "Son, what do you think of the Flower Emperor? Look at her. She's also beautiful and has extraordinary cultivation talent. Now that my cultivation base has reached the gold immortal realm, I'm quite compatible with you." Hearing this, Wang Fu was stunned. Then he looked at the Flower Emperor, and his eyes lit up. That's right. The Flower Emperor was also one of Wang Mang's subordinates. He had spent too much time with them over the years. Moreover, her looks were also very good. She could be said to be an exceptional beauty. Being their daughter-in-law was not a problem at all. What? Was he a demon? So what? Now, their sons were all demons. Similarly, Queen Mother's words were also heard by her subordinates not far away. After all, they were all golden immortals. How could their hearing be bad? Moreover, the Queen Mother did not deliberately hide her words. Therefore, it was normal for Wang Mang's subordinates to hear it. As for the Flower Emperor, after hearing these words, he was overjoyed. She didn't know how strong Wang Mang was. However, in the past, Wang Mang had left them far behind. Furthermore, he had controlled all of them. Now, without a doubt, his strength had reached the legendary stage 5. If she could really become the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, wouldn't she have completely turned the tables? One had to know that her life was now in the hands of Wang Mang. If she could become Master's cultivation partner, her future would be bright. Thinking of this, the Flower Emperor couldn't help but blush. Her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Mang with some anticipation. When the rest of the subordinates heard this, they all became restless. Among them, the Black Dragon Emperor was the first to speak. "Old mistress, can you be more lenient about gender?" "Old dragon, I'm also willing to become the daughter-in-law of the Wang family." After the Black Dragon Emperor spoke, the Stone Emperor also spoke shamelessly. "Old mistress, if you don't mind gender, the Stone Emperor, am also willing to become the daughter-in-law of the Wang family." At this time, the Tree Emperor spoke. "Black Dragon Emperor, Stone Emperor, don't you have any shame? How could Master be interested in you? Moreover, you're all male." "Of course, if Master doesn't mind, Old Tree, am also willing." After hearing these fellows' words, the Flower Emperor felt a wave of disgust. These fellows were too shameless. How could they say such shameless words? If it weren't for the fact that she was worried about how the old mistress would view her, she wouldn't have said such words. At the same time, Wang Mang's face darkened when he heard the words of his subordinates. In particular, the words of the Black Dragon Emperor, and the rest made Wang Mang even angrier. What kind of person did they take Wang Mang for? Did they really think that he was so thirsty that he wouldn't even let the males off? Thus, Wang Mang merely glanced at him with an indifferent expression. His gaze, which did not have the slightest ripple, contained a terrifying pressure. In an instant, the Black Dragon Emperor and the rest were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. They felt extremely awkward. On the other hand, the Flower Emperor looked at Wang Mang with her beautiful eyes. This made Wang Mang speechless. These bastards! If it weren't for the fact that they had worked so hard to protect his parents, he would have killed them. Wang Mang really wanted to kill them. As for the Flower Emperor having feelings for him, Wang Mang was also surprised. What made Wang Mang even more speechless was that his mother was actually so anxious. She couldn't wait for him to find a random Dao partner. In desperation, Wang Mang said vaguely, "Dad, Mom, I know what to do. Don't worry about it." After saying that, Wang Mang chatted with his parents for a while more. Then, he couldn't take it anymore. This was because his parents seemed to have found a topic to talk about. They kept trying to introduce Wang Mang to a Dao partner. Every time they opened their mouths, they would say that this girl was not bad, which girl was not bad, and so on. In response, Wang Mang could only give a vague answer. He immediately found an excuse to escape. After leaving Wang Fu's queen mother, Wang Mang once again came to the Huanshan Reservoir, where he had previously gone into seclusion. Just as Wang Mang was about to go into seclusion, he suddenly saw something. In the Huanshan Reservoir, an old man was sitting by the reservoir, fishing. He was very conspicuous. Then, Wang Mang immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This old man seemed to be Old Turtle. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly descended from the sky and appeared next to the old man. He said indifferently, "Old Turtle." After hearing this, Old Turtle, who was fishing, froze. He quickly looked to the side and saw Wang Mang. At first, he looked at Wang Mang with some confusion and asked, "You are?" Wang Mang said indifferently, "Old Turtle, it's been so long that you can't even remember who your master is?" Hearing this, Old Turtle trembled. He quickly stood up and knelt on the ground. "Old Turtle greets my master." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and said, "You've worked hard all these years. These pills that are useless to me are treasures to you." After saying this, Wang Mang waved his hand, and several bottles of pills appeared in front of Old Turtle. These pills were all rubbish that Wang Mang had prescribed. The system had never counted them. Therefore, they were useless to Wang Mang. They were the most suitable for rewarding his subordinates. Hearing this, the old turtle excitedly took the pill and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for your reward. My master." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. "Old turtle, do you have any other ideas? Do you want to go to a more exciting world? If you do, I'll take you there. Your future achievements will be greater. You'll go further on the path of cultivation." Old Turtle was extremely excited when he heard this. However, after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and declined. "My master, I'm used to staying here. I'm not of much use to you now. I don't have such a strong desire for a higher cultivation. I'll continue to stay here." To Old Turtle, if Wang Mang said that, it meant that he had not forgotten about his insignificant subordinate. Therefore, to Old Turtle, it was good that his master still remembered him. As for going to other worlds, he no longer had the will to fight. Wang Mang nodded slightly and patted Old Turtle's shoulder. After that, Wang Mang didn't say anything and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, Wang Mang was already back in the cave. Then, Wang Mang could not wait to use the World Teleportation Stone again. This was because it was best for him to break through in the sacred Emperor continent. After all, the space on Earth was too weak. He might not even be able to conceal his aura when he was breaking through to the world of Earth. It was a devastating disaster. Therefore, when Wang Mang opened his eyes again, he was already back in the Divine Devil Hall. After that, Wang Mang walked into the demonic palace's closed-door training area. This was because he was preparing to break through to a higher cultivation level. Chapter 769. Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, after entering the place of seclusion, he couldn't wait to recite silently, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of Sage to be, Wanmo ancestor. Type, ancient demonic python, limit 800 meters. Realm, fifth heaven of Saint Emperor, peerless genius. Physique, HP 25,000, length 710 meters, with 35 meters, weight 100 million tons. Top theurgy, ancient demon tyrant body, perfection, swallowing spirit, devouring technique, perfection. 3 lives, supreme Buddha, mastery, wrath of gods and demons, perfection. Space, 1 bottle of oblivion, 1 falling saint pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, 1 falling god cannon, 1. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, saint emperor mask, talent, 110, immortal king level blind box X1. Energy value, 40, 3 billion/40 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. This evolution was already set in stone. Of course, there was still an immortal king level blind box that had to be opened. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open the immortal king level blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully opened the immortal king level blind box." Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 2 billion energy value." Damn. Awesome. As expected, the immortal king level blind box was as powerful as ever. After hearing the system's first announcement, Wang Mang was immediately overjoyed. Not bad. Very good. This was only the first announcement, and it was already so awesome. In that case, would the next prize draw disappoint him? Of course not. As expected, another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time. Ding. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 700 million energy value." Not bad. Very good. Although it didn't have 2 billion energy value, 700 million was not a small amount for Wang Mang. As long as he had more energy value, his next evolution would be faster. Not long after, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 500 million energy points. Fine. 500 million was not bad. Wang Mang comforted himself in his heart. At this time, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 5 billion energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was excited once again, because the total of the 4 lottery draws, the energy value he obtained was close to 5 billion. This celestial king grade blind box was truly heaven-defying. Just as Wang Mang was feeling happy, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a low-level God-Killer Cannon. This thing is not bad. Even though he should be able to kill third sky God Emperors after breaking through, he still had the strength to kill them. But this plaything could instantly kill a third heaven God Emperor. Therefore, it was not bad. At least, it was better than getting a trash chicken. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a piece of Flower Emperor's original underwear. The F*CK? It can't be. Not long ago, his mother had set him up with the Flower Emperor. But now, he got a piece of Flower Emperor's original underwear. This is F*King poisonous. After all, what level had Wang Mang's current strength reached? He had reached the level of a God Emperor. In other words, he was at the level of a sage. Marriage could no longer control Wang Mang. Only the great Tao could control Wang Mang. Similarly, this also meant that the marriage that Wang Mang saw in the heavenly court's marriage pool was no longer effective. Unless it was the power of the great Tao, only then could it affect Wang Mang unknowingly. Very quickly, a minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 2 billion energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment. Then, he could not help but become excited. This celestial king grade blind box treasure chest had indeed surprised him. He could tell that the energy points were close to 7 billion, just as Wang Mang was still immersed in joy. The system's voice sounded for the seventh time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 1 billion energy points. Awesome. Awesome. Wang Mang really did not know how to describe it. In short, his current emotions were simply too agitated, because this celestial king grade blind box was simply too awesome. Compared to the celestial king grade blind box that he had obtained before, it was much more awesome. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the eighth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 2 billion energy points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but grin, because this celestial king grade blind box had given him almost 10 billion energy points. If the celestial king grade blind boxes in the future were all so awesome, even at the later stages of evolution, Wang Mang would not be weak at all. In a good mood, Wang Mang did not hesitate to say in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded, "Ding. 40 billion energy points have been successfully deducted, beginning evolution." Then, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness during the evolution. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was in seclusion, slowly woke up. After opening his eyes, Wang Mang began to observe the changes in his body. With every movement, his aura became even more terrifying and powerful. The traces of the law of the Tao were also more obvious. Not only that, even when Wang Mang breathed, it was no longer immortal energy but the power of law. In fact, Wang Mang's body had also become extremely terrifying, and the law of the Tao was circulating around him. One had to know that this world was filled with immortal energy, and it was filled with the sacred Emperor continent. However, what was absorbed into the body was immortal energy, and what was revealed was the law of the Tao. This was because Wang Mang was even more powerful in the Emperor God realm. Moreover, Wang Mang also realized the power of a third heaven Emperor God was 3 times stronger than that of a second heaven Emperor God. In other words, the difference in strength between a third heaven Emperor God was 9 times. In other words, it was possible for a third heavenly God Emperor to kill 9 first heavenly God Emperors. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but mutter to himself, "Is this the power of a third heaven Emperor God? Based on this trend, my battle strength will multiply. If I'm a fourth heaven Emperor God, killing a third heaven Emperor God would be very easy." Just as Wang Mang was still experiencing the powerful changes brought about by his strength, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced, detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Successfully gather the 4 masks and become a peerless genius. Mission time obtained upon completion. Mission reward 10 billion energy points. Immortal King Grade Blind Box X1. Immortal King Grade Treasure Chest X1. Mission 2. Successfully gather the 4 masks and become a legendary genius. Mission time obtained upon completion. Mission reward 20 billion energy points. Immortal King Grade Blind Box X2. Immortal King Grade Treasure Chest X2. Mission 3. Successfully gather the 4 masks and become a legendary genius. Mission time obtained upon completion. Mission reward 50 billion energy points. Immortal King Grade Blind Box X3. Immortal King Grade Treasure Chest X3. Chapter 770. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. What the F***CK? A mission came right after he broke through? Moreover, this was a Sky Pride mission. However, Wang Mang was quite interested in this mission, because after collecting the 4 masks, Wang Mang naturally had an idea. In the past, he wanted to collect the 4 masks, but he wasn't strong enough. But now it was different. Wang Mang's combat strength had reached the 3rd heaven of the Emperor God realm. With such strength, so what if the Emperor God mask winner, the Demon Emperor mask winner, and the top Sky Pride Ancestor Dragon behind them, would he be afraid of the Ancestor Dragon? What a joke! Now, even if he had to fight with the Sky Pride with real swords and spears, Wang Mang wouldn't be afraid at all. Not to mention the Ancestor Dragon. Even if it was the Ancestor Emperor, Wang Mang wouldn't be afraid at all. The Ancestor Emperor was a fart in his eyes now. Wang Mang was even confident that he could make the other party kneel down and sing "Conquer." Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to fall into deep thought, because these 3 missions not only required him to collect the 4 masks. Moreover, he had to become a Sky Pride. The first mission was to become an unparalleled Sky Pride. The reward was not bad, and Wang Mang was more interested in the difficulty. The second mission was to become a legendary Sky Pride. This mission was a little difficult. A legendary Sky Pride required a lot of talent points. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be 300 talent points. A legendary Sky Pride required even more talent points. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to require 1,500 talent points. Therefore, a legendary Sky Pride was basically out of the question. Wang Mang was even a little doubtful. Even if he killed all the Sky Prides in the Sacred Emperor continent, he might not be able to reach the level of a legendary Sky Pride, because in the entire Sacred Emperor continent, Wang Mang had never heard of a legendary Sky Pride. Therefore, Wang Mang began to think about whether to choose the first or the second mission. Wang Mang was still confident that he could complete the first mission, but to be honest, Wang Mang felt that the second mission was a little difficult. Many geniuses in the Sacred Emperor continent had been killed by the prodigy hunters. Let's put it this way. Now, the number of prodigies on the Sacred Emperor continent was only half of what it used to be. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was worried. If he couldn't complete the mission after accepting it, how embarrassing would that be? After pondering for a while, Wang Mang finally decided to choose the first mission just to be safe. Moreover, as long as he completed the first task, he would gain a lot of rewards. Furthermore, his strength would definitely reach the middle stage God Emperor realm. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang made his decision. Then, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the first mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission selected successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then, Wang Mang continued, "System, open your personal information." The reason why he wanted to open his personal information was to take a look. Next, he wanted to know how much energy he would need to evolve. The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of a sage, ancestor of myriad demons. Type, immemorial fiendish python, limit 800 meters. Realm, sixth heaven of Saint Emperor, peerless genius. Physique, health points, 26,000. Length, 720 meters. Width, 35 meters. Weight, 110 million tons. Top divine powers. Ancient demon tyrannical body, perfection. Devouring God technique, perfection. 3 lives, supreme Buddha, perfection. Wrath of God and demon, perfection. Space, 1 bottle of forgotten love water, 1 saint meteorite pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, 2 meteorite God cannon. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, mask of immortal emperor, mask of saint emperor, talent, 110. Energy points, 10 billion/60 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was stunned. Good heavens! I need 60 billion energy points to evolve. That's a total of 50 billion. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel emotional. The further he evolves, the more terrifying the energy points required. After feeling emotional for a while, Wang Mang came back to his senses and slowly got up. Then Wang Mang closed his eyes tightly and began to make calculations with his hands. He was calculating the whereabouts of the mask of the god and mask of the immortal emperor. After all, the prerequisite for Wang Mang to become a peerless genius was to collect the 4 great masks. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally had his eyes on these 2 guys first. If he could succeed and kill these 2 guys along the way, Wang Mang was not far from completing the mission. After all, these 2 guys seemed to be peerless geniuses too. But what made Wang Mang frown was, he couldn't deduce it. Every time he used the deduction technique, he would always be disturbed by an inexplicable law of the Tao. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. Someone was helping these 2 guys to hide the heavenly mystery and obstructing his deduction. Who on earth is helping these 2 fellows obstruct my deduction? Wang Mang began to feel displeased. Then he continued to deduce the information of these 2 guys. In the end, Wang Mang was still disappointed. Someone also used the law of the Tao to disrupt and obstruct his deduction. In a fit of anger, Wang Mang immediately used the way of karma to deduce the person who spoiled his plan. This person was obviously an emperor god powerhouse and was beside the mask of the god and mask of the devil. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop Wang Mang's deduction at the first moment. Therefore, Wang Mang could find out who was obstructing him by following the way of karma, unless the other party chose to escape and didn't dare to let him deduce their identity. However, to Wang Mang's surprise, the fellow that had disrupted his deduction actually did not stop him from continuing. This proved that the other party wasn't afraid of him at all, and was even deducing Wang Mang in reverse. In the next moment, an image appeared before Wang Mang's eyes after his deduction. In a vast and boundless mountain, a young man in a black robe sat with his legs crossed. His face was pale and haggard. There were two figures beside him. They were the mask of the god and mask of the god, an emperor. However, the three of them were covered in injuries, and their auras were unstable. Wang Mang was surprised when he saw this guy. The black-robed figure was none other than the ancestral Grey God. As for the two guys beside him, they were the god emperor and mask of the devil that Wang Mang was looking for. However, what confused Wang Mang was that the ancestral Grey God wasn't on the sacred emperor continent after his deduction. There were only two possibilities. Either the three of them weren't on the sacred emperor continent, either that, or the three of them were in some secret realm or blessed enclave. Just as Wang Mang was guessing their exact location, the ancestral Grey God suddenly raised his head. Suddenly, the ancestral Grey God on the screen raised his head, clearly noticing Wang Mang's spying. Then, the ancestral Grey God smirked at Wang Mang and said in disdain, "How dare the likes of you spy on my subordinates? If you dare to offend me, I'll kill you on the spot." Chapter 771. Obviously, ancestral Grey God had noticed that Wang Mang was spying on him. After all, when Wang Mang was spying on him, he wasn't worried about being spied on at all. Hence, ancestral Grey God's words were naturally directed at Wang Mang. After hearing that, Wang Mang was furious, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This son of a B**TCH is really arrogant. Does he really think that I'm still the same ant as before? Wang Mang was confident that he wouldn't lose to ancestral Grey God. However, this B***starred actually dared to provoke him. This was simply going too far. F***CK, how dare he be so arrogant? Wait for me to kill all of you right away. In an instant, Wang Mang was filled with murderous intent, and he thought to himself viciously. In the next moment, Wang Mang was thinking of using other methods to send a message to the other party to tell him the location. However, at that moment, ancestral Grey God smirked at Wang Mang and said, "Come if you're not afraid of death. I'll be waiting for you at the God battlefield." Hearing that, Wang Mang was furious, and he sent a message through the law of cause and effect. "I'm coming to kill all of you right now." After saying those words, Wang Mang began to deduce the location of the divine battlefield without the slightest hesitation. After that, Wang Mang shockingly discovered that the location of the divine spirit battlefield was actually in the Middle Heaven realm, near the divine spirit city. After getting the approximate location, Wang Mang tore open the space and crossed over. In the next moment, when Wang Mang appeared again, he was still near God Spirit City. When Wang Mang appeared near God Spirit City, he instantly attracted the attention of many experts in God Spirit City. Moreover, Wang Mang was even more shocked to find out that in the divine Spirit City alone, there were 7 auras of Emperor Gods. Moreover, there were 2 auras of Emperor Gods that made his heart palpitate. The aura of these Emperor Gods had obviously reached Middle Emperor God level. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang felt relieved. This was the Heaven Realm. As one of the top 10 cities in the Heaven Realm, how could the number of experts be small? With that thought in mind, Wang Mang did not want to cause any more trouble, so he hurried towards the divine battlefield. A moment later, Wang Mang arrived at a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. The so-called entrance to the battlefield of gods was a huge hole that looked like a sinkhole. At first glance, the bottom of the abyss was bottomless, like a frightening abyss. In the next moment, Wang Meng jumped down without hesitation. But what surprised Wang Meng was that this sinkhole was really deep. Even though Wang Meng was descending at top speed, he still didn't reach the bottom. On top of that, the space nearby was extraordinarily sturdy. It was a lot sturdier than the sacred Emperor continent. Furthermore, as the descent grew longer and longer, the power that filled the surroundings was no longer immortal energy. Instead, it was the laws of the Tao. What a powerful law of the Tao! Could it be that this place is even more powerful than the sacred Emperor continent? Just as Wang Meng was feeling extremely shocked, he finally reached the bottom. When Wang Meng looked at the surroundings in front of him, he finally understood why this place was called the battlefield of gods. That was because there were too many corpses of experts here. At a glance, Wang Meng could see the sparse corpses. Moreover, these corpses were still vivid and lifelike. That was because the corpses of rank 5 existences were basically immortal. In fact, as long as no one destroyed these corpses would remain vivid and lifelike forever. The only thing that Wang Meng felt strange was that these corpses were emitting a strange power. It didn't seem like the power of laws, nor did it seem like the power of the Tao. However, Wang Meng did not think too much about it. Instead, he continued to move forward and rushed towards the ancestral Gregon. Along the way, Wang Meng saw too many corpses. He even saw many corpses of God Emperor level experts. If it wasn't for the strange power on these corpses, Wang Meng could not help but want to swallow these corpses. He suppressed the urge to devour the corpses of the experts that littered the ground. Then Wang Meng quickened his pace and rushed towards the ancestral Gregon's direction. At the same time, on a barren wasteland, ancestral Gregon obviously felt Wang Meng's aura too. Then the ancestral Gregon's lips curled up slightly. He did not expect Wang Meng to really dare to come. Of course, he did not care about Wang Meng's arrival at all. His fighting strength was already close to the middle god emperor level, although his fighting strength was still at the third heaven of the emperor god level. No one in the third heaven of the emperor god level could kill him. Even if they were both heaven-defying level prodigies, the ancestral Gregon would still find it difficult to kill him. Only the most mysterious prodigy hunter was someone he had yet to fight with. As for why he came to the battlefield of gods, that was because on the sacred Emperor continent, for the past few days, he had been feeling a sense of danger that made his heart palpitate. It was as if a great danger was about to befall him. It was only after he came to the battlefield of gods that the sense of danger lessened by a lot. One should know that he had the fighting strength of a third heaven of the emperor god level. He was also one of the top prodigies in the sacred emperor continent. There were less than a handful of people who could fight against him, but to be able to make him feel a great danger, one could imagine how powerful the person who could threaten him was. To be honest, even now, he did not know who was threatening him. But later on, the ancestral Gregon realized that the battlefield of gods was not as safe as he thought. Vaguely, he had an ominous feeling. However, compared to the sacred emperor continent, the ominous feeling was insignificant. At the same time, on the other side, then Wang Meng went deeper into the battlefield of gods and also felt the ominous feeling. Moreover, the ominous feeling was much stronger than when Wang Meng was hunted by the prodigy hunter. F***CK. What's going on? Why is the ominous feeling so strong after entering the battlefield of gods? Could it be that I can't defeat the ancestral Gregon? For a moment, Wang Mang did not know what to do and frowned. If he had felt threatened before, Wang Mang could understand. After all, there were too many people who could threaten him without the fighting strength of an emperor god. The problem was that he was already at the third sky of the great god realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart sank. He decided to kill the ancestral Graygon and the others quickly, and leave this place as soon as possible after completing the mission. Because Wang Mang noticed that it was utterly impossible to tear open space here, nor was it possible to teleport through it. This meant that they would have to exit from the same place they entered from. A few minutes later, Wang Mang finally followed the ancestral Graygon's aura and came to a barren mountain range. Then, Wang Mang saw it from afar. The ancestral Graygon was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, together with the Emperor God mask and the Demon Emperor mask. At the same time, the ancestral Graygon got up slowly and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Wang Mang indifferently and said in disdain, "It's you, you ant. Your strength has improved quite quickly. No wonder you have the guts to talk to me like that." Speaking of this, the ancestral Graygon turned to the Emperor God mask and the Demon Emperor mask and said softly, "God Demon, let me use your masks first. After I kill him, I'll return the masks to you." Chapter 772. After hearing ancestral Graygon's words, Wang Mang, who was originally full of confidence, immediately knew that things were not going well. What a guy! No wonder this bastard was so confident. Wang Mang almost instantly guessed what this guy was thinking. Clearly, this guy was trying to use the God Emperor mask and the Demon Emperor mask to boost their battle prowess to kill him. If the two masks were stacked together, this guy's battle strength would instantly reach the sixth sky of the Emperor God realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang panicked. His forehead was covered in sweat. If this guy's battle strength reached the sixth sky of the Emperor God realm, then Wang Mang would not be able to kill him. He would be lucky if he was not killed by ancestral Graygon on the spot. Because of this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. "Wait, you're the top genius in the Sacred Emperor continent. Don't you dare to fight me at the same level?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, ancestral Graygon was stunned. Ancestral Graygon was taken aback at first. He looked at Wang Mang playfully and chuckled. "Ridiculous! Why would I be afraid of an ant like you? When I was dominating the Sacred Emperor continent, you weren't even there yet. Come on, let me see what you're capable of." After saying that, the ancestral dragon young man looked at Wang Mang with an indifferent expression and crooked his finger. In other words, ancestral Graygon did not take Wang Mang seriously. That was because, in ancestral Graygon's opinion, Wang Mang was not even qualified to fight against him. After all, Wang Mang's battle strength had only reached the third sky of the Emperor God realm with the help of the God Emperor mask and the Immortal Emperor mask. From this, he could tell that Wang Mang's cultivation level had not even reached the later stage of the Emperor God realm. Hearing that, Wang Mang was instantly relieved. Then, he pretended to be disdainful. "How arrogant! Then, let me see what you're capable of." After saying that, Wang Mang quietly took out the God-Killer cannon. After seeing the God-Killer cannon, ancestral Graygon frowned slightly. However, he still didn't take it seriously. Not only that, ancestral Graygon said calmly, "Are you ready, ants?" Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly revealed a cruel smile. "I'm ready, ancestral dragon, right? Go to hell." After saying that, Wang Mang immediately activated the God-Killer cannon. The next moment, the two bullets from the God-Killer cannons exploded with a strong glow and whizzed out. The originally calm ancestral Graygon's face instantly turned ferocious. "Bastard, you damned ant! How dare you trick me?" After saying that, Ancestral Gragon, was instantly drowned by the terrifying god-killer cannon. Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The ancestral dragon and the fiend god were both submerged within. The terrifying shockwaves from the Tao technique swept across tens of thousands of miles. Even the nearby mountains were annihilated by the god-killer cannon. Seeing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but secretly rejoice, because Wang Mang really didn't dare to fight with Ancestral Gragon. He was afraid that Ancestral Gragon would use the God Emperor's mask and the Demon Emperor's mask. In that case, Wang Mang definitely wouldn't have any chance of winning. He might even be killed by Ancestral Gragon. This was also the reason why Wang Mang chose not to talk about martial ethics. But just as Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief, the terrifying shockwaves and dust gradually dispersed. Then, a voice filled with anger was heard. "Do you think you can kill me with these sinister tricks?" Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly raised his head and looked at the dust. They saw the ancestor dragon, with disheveled hair, appear amid the smoke and dust. At this moment, Ancestral Gragon was in a sorry state. His black robe was torn and tattered, but his aura had reached the level of a fourth heaven emperor god. A terrifying, oppressive might spread. Under the power of the law of the Tao, even Wang Mang felt an enormous threat. At this moment, Ancestral Gragon's eyes turned blood red. He shouted angrily, "Come!" Just as he finished speaking, the two masks flew into his hands. Then, Ancestral Gragon prepared to wear them on his face without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's expression immediately turned unsightly. Then, Wang Mang activated the god-killing cannon in his hands again, without hesitation. Hung long long, the god-killing cannon swept out instantly. It exploded with a terrifying halo and a deafening sound. But Wang Mang didn't have the mood to see if Ancestral Gragon was dead or not, because Wang Mang knew that the god-killing cannon couldn't kill this guy. After all, this guy's combat power had reached the level of a fourth heaven emperor god. Once he wore the god emperor mask and the demon emperor mask. By then, this guy's combat power would soar to the level of a seventh heaven emperor god. With the combat power of a late-stage emperor god, Wang Mang was simply waiting for death if he stayed. At the same time, Wang Mang understood. Why did this guy never put him in his eyes? Because this guy obviously had the means to forcibly increase his combat power, although he didn't know how much this guy had to pay. But Wang Mang knew that this guy was infuriated by him. If he didn't run faster, he might really be chased by this guy. But just as Wang Mang turned around and ran, Ancestral Gragon's hideous laughter came from behind him. "Ant, do you think you can run away? You caused this seat's vitality to be greatly damaged and even killed 2 of my subordinates. I'll make you beg for death." Hearing this, Wang Mang turned around and saw Ancestral Gragon chasing after him at a terrifying speed. Moreover, he was so fast that he left Wang Mang a few streets behind. In a few breaths' time, Ancestral Gragon had caught up with him. Seeing this, Wang Mang was so frightened that his forehead was covered in sweat. At the same time, Wang Mang regretted offending Ancestral Gragon. This guy was indeed one of the top geniuses in the Sacred Emperor continent. He had so many tricks up his sleeve that it gave Wang Mang a headache. Helpless, Wang Mang could only grit his teeth and run faster. At the same time, a teleportation stone appeared in his hand. After doing all this, Wang Mang didn't forget to turn around and stall for time. "Wait, Ancestral Gragon, let's talk nicely. If there's anything, let's sit down and talk." But when Wang Mang looked back, Ancestral Gragon was nowhere to be seen. After turning around, Wang Mang saw Ancestral Gragon standing in the air and looking at him coldly. Wang Mang immediately stopped running. He forced a smile on his face, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. The smooth sailing these past few days had caused Wang Mang to become incomparably arrogant. There was no need to mention just how arrogant he was. He even thought that after his combat power reached the third sky of the Emperor God realm, he could crush all the geniuses in the sacred Emperor continent. But now, it seemed that Wang Mang knew that he was thinking too much. Other geniuses might not be much, but this was the top geniuses in the sacred Emperor continent. He couldn't afford to offend them for the time being. Ancestral Gragon was looking at him with murderous intent. Wang Mang's forehead was sweating profusely. At the same time, he was on high alert. If he had no choice, he could only use the wrath of the divine demon. But if he didn't have to use it, Wang Mang definitely wouldn't want to use the wrath of the divine demon, because once he used the wrath of the divine demon, he had to raise his cultivation by 4 small realms to be qualified to fight against Ancestral Gragon. Wang Mang didn't doubt that Ancestral Gragon's method of raising his strength was definitely not as simple as raising his cultivation by 1 small realm. At that thought, Wang Mang smiled brightly and said, "Fellow cultivator, if there's anything, we can talk about it slowly. I just wanted to test your strength, just now. I definitely didn't want to kill you." Chapter 773. At the same time, Wang Mang stared at Ancestral Gragon nervously. At this moment, Ancestral Gragon was too powerful. The terrifying aura of a late-stage god emperor. The threat he felt was fatal. What made Wang Mang even more regretful was that he had suffered a huge loss this time. The 2 god-killing cannons killed the god and demon. Naturally, he didn't get any talent value. Forget it, if he didn't get the talent value. He didn't even get the god emperor mask and the demon emperor mask. He didn't even kill Ancestral Gragon. And now he even angered Ancestral Gragon. If Ancestral Gragon really didn't want to sit down, if he talked to him, he even had to use the wrath of the god and demon, because the space enchantment here couldn't teleport at all. That's right, Wang Mang had already secretly teleported over, but he couldn't teleport to the journey to the west. He couldn't even teleport to other worlds. He couldn't even cross space or tear space apart to escape. He could only leave the divine battlefield by going back the way he came. But the problem was that Ancestral Gragon had blocked his way out. Therefore, if he didn't want to pay the price and use the wrath of the god and demon, he could only compromise. Ancestral Gragon, who was wearing the god emperor mask, said coldly, "You've got guts. Ha! How dare you lay your hands on me? If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have been killed by you." At this point, Ancestral Gragon was furious. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used the method to forcefully increase his strength at the critical moment, he would have definitely died under Wang Mang's god-killing cannon. Now that he thought about it, Ancestral Gragon felt a lingering fear. At the same time, his heart was filled with anger because he had used the method to forcefully increase his strength. The price he paid was not small, although it was only a small increase in realm. Hearing that, Wang Mang smiled awkwardly. "Fellow Taoist Ancestral Gragon, how could my method hurt you?" Ancestral Gragon sneered and said with killing intent, "It's fine. After killing you, I should be able to make up for my loss. Back then, at the peak of the sacred sky mountain, I didn't kill you, but you came to me." After hearing Ancestral Gragon's words, Wang Mang's face immediately darkened. "Leave some leeway for us to meet again in the future. Ancestral Dragon, do you really want to fight to the death? Do you really think that you're the only one who can forcefully increase your strength?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Gragon squinted his eyes. If Wang Mang wasn't lying, then they would have to pay a huge price to take down Wang Mang. This was because Ancestral Gragon was also worried that Wang Mang's method of forcefully increasing his strength would be on par with his. In this way, even if he killed Wang Mang, he would have to pay a heavy price. Of course, on the surface, Ancestral Gragon snorted coldly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Hearing this, Wang Mang shook his head with a serious expression. "I'm not threatening you. I'm not afraid to tell you. I have a way to forcefully increase my strength as well. Even if it's to raise my cultivation by a whole realm, it's fine. Of course, as a price, every time I increase my realm, I'll fall by the same realm. If I really advance by a whole realm, my cultivation will also drop by a whole realm." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Gragon's eyes flickered. But in his heart, he already believed the truth of Wang Mang's words. Because this method was similar to his method of forcefully increasing his strength. Thinking of this, Ancestral Gragon's expression was indifferent. "Give me the Immortal Emperor Mask and the Holy Emperor Mask, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Hearing this, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Taoist friend Ancestral Gragon, can you change your conditions? I've suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did I return empty-handed, I even lost 2 trump cards that could directly kill an early-stage God-Emperor expert." Hearing this, Ancestral Gragon was so angry that he laughed. "An ant like you wants to kill me? If you can't give me satisfactory conditions, I don't mind killing you. Even if I have to pay a price, I won't hesitate to pay." Saying this, Ancestral Gragon looked coldly at Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang's mind began to spin rapidly. He could tell that this guy was not lying. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. After that, Wang Mang looked troubled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Taoist friend Ancestral Gragon, how about this? I'll give you 2 pills that can help you break through a small realm. How about that? This pill can help anyone below the 6th level to break through a small realm. But each person can only take it once. It'll be useless if you take too many." Hearing this, Ancestral Gragon's expression eased. He said indifferently, "Take it out. Give me the pills, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Hearing this, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Taoist friend, I don't have it with me. How about this? Let's return to the Holy Land first, and I'll bring you to get the pills. I was lucky enough to find this pill in the Supreme Tomb." Hearing this, Ancestral Gragon sneered, "Let you run away immediately after going up?" Hearing those words, Wang Mang was shocked in his heart and was endlessly shocked. This Ancestral Gragon was not stupid. He actually guessed his thoughts in an instant. Of course, Wang Mang would definitely not admit it. Thus, Wang Mang's face was immediately filled with displeasure. "Taoist friend Ancestral Gragon, are you not confident in your own strength? Do I have any other choice other than using the means to increase my strength and fight to the death with you? Furthermore, I've already taken this pill. Don't tell me I can't bear to give it to you. Besides, could it be that you're afraid that I'll really run away? You have the Immortal Emperor Mask and the God Emperor Mask, and your strength has reached the late God Emperor realm. How can I run away?" Hearing Wang Mang's words, after pondering for a moment, Ancestral Gragon put his hands behind his back and nodded indifferently. "All right, then let's go. If you dare to deceive me, I'll kill you even if I have to go to the heavens and myriad worlds." Hearing this, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief, and then said helplessly, "Since that's the case, let's go, Taoist friend Ancestral Gragon. But don't get too close to me, Taoist friend Ancestral Gragon. I'm afraid that you'll suddenly attack me." Hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Gragon laughed disdainfully. "Do you think everyone is as sinister and shameless as you? I'm a man of my words, unlike a certain sinister person who specializes in doing despicable and shameless things." Hearing Ancestral Gragon's mockery, Wang Mang was unhappy, but he still pretended as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard, I'll let you be proud for a while. You still want me to compensate you for your loss. Bastard, dream on, dream on. Wait until I leave the divine battlefield. By then, can you still catch me?" Just as Wang Mang was feeling proud in his heart, a deafening, oppressive voice resounded throughout the divine battlefield. "So you're hiding in the divine battlefield. You made it so easy for me to find you. Although I didn't find the strongest heavens, Pride Hunter, but I've gained something by finding you. After I kill all of you," said Yi Zichen, "it's time for me to conquer the heavens and myriad worlds." Chapter 774. These deafening words that were like the might of the heavens resounded throughout the entire divine battlefield. Moreover, the pressure contained in this voice was too terrifying. It was much stronger than the ancestral Greygons. If the ancestral Greygons' aura gave Wang Mang a sense of oppression that made his heart palpitate, then this aura made Wang Mang feel despair. Yes, it was pure despair. It was as if he was still a Daluo golden deity and faced the despair of a sage. Could it be that this person had reached the legendary rank 6? Otherwise, how could it be so terrifying? In an instant, Wang Mang was endlessly terrified. He hurriedly raised his head and looked all around. At this moment, Wang Mang saw a hole being torn in the sky. A white figure walked out from it. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. One should know that this was the battlefield of gods. Not to mention that Wang Mang couldn't tear open the space here. Even the ancestral Greygon couldn't tear open the space here. This was because the stability of the spatial barrier here had already reached the 6th stage. But this person still managed to tear open the space here. One could imagine how terrifying this person's strength was. Even if this guy's strength hadn't reached rank 6, it shouldn't be too far away. Moreover, after this white figure appeared, a terrifying aura swept through the entire battlefield of gods. In comparison, the ancestral Greygon's aura was as weak as a baby in front of him. Even Wang Mang's legs were trembling under this terrifying aura. He had the urge to kneel down. Indeed, this fellow was able to make Wang Mang feel the urge to kneel down with just his aura alone. Just how King powerful was he? Wang Mang didn't even doubt that this guy's strength was enough to beat Hong Jun from the Eldritch world. In fact, Wang Mang wasn't wrong. Even Hong Jun couldn't defeat this genius in front of him. This was because this heaven's pride had a powerful background. In fact, Wang Mang had risen together with him. However, in comparison, Wang Mang had become a green leaf. This was because this god emperor-level genius was once the inheritor of the supreme tomb. For him to be able to stand above all the other god emperor experts and become the inheritor of Jizun, how could he be weak? At the same time, Wang Mang was guessing the identity of the white-robed young man. In front of Wang Mang, ancestral Greygon's face was filled with shock and anger. The ancient emperor is you. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? This is impossible. Could it be that you've already obtained the sovereign's inheritance? At this point, ancestral Greygon's gaze became even more bewildered. Evidently, he knew the ancient emperor and had a conflict with him. The grudge between the two of them could be said to have lasted for a long time. Similarly, someone who could fight against the Dragon Emperor was not someone to be trifled with. On top of that, there were only a few people in the sacred Emperor continent that he was wary of. The ancient emperor was one of them, followed by the ancestor emperor and the strongest elite hunters. Only the three of them made him extremely wary. They were also some of the strongest geniuses in the entire sacred Emperor continent. If one were to compare who was the strongest elite, the Dragon Emperor would be the Dragon Emperor. the ancient emperor, the ancestor emperor, the ancient emperor, and the mysterious strongest elite hunter. The four of them could be said to stand at the peak of all the elites in the sacred emperor continent. As for Wang Mang, he did not care about him at all. Hearing this, the ancient emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the dragon emperor indifferently. Dragon emperor, it seems like you haven't improved much. At this point, the ancient emperor shook his head and looked disappointed. He did not expect that after the dragon emperor's defeat at the supreme tomb, the dragon emperor would not be able to recover. In the end, he was unable to recover from the setback, and his strength did not improve much. As a former opponent, the ancient emperor was very disappointed in the dragon emperor. In his opinion, the dragon emperor was no longer qualified to be his opponent. After hearing the ancient emperor's words, Ancestral Gragon's face instantly twisted. He looked at the ancient emperor with a crazed expression and roared, "Ancient emperor, how dare you bully me?" Hearing this, the ancient emperor said indifferently, "Become the nourishment for this emperor to become a supreme." After saying this, the ancient emperor raised his hand, and a terrifying Tao technique condensed. A huge hand of law of Tao covered the sky and pressed down on Wang Mang and the ancestral Gragon. Seeing this, the ancestral Gragon roared, "Ancient emperor, do you really think this emperor is afraid of you?" After saying this, the dragon emperor's terrifying aura instantly soared to the peak of the late god emperor realm. Obviously, the dragon emperor was completely enraged by this old opponent of the ancient emperor. Because the two of them had a deep grudge to begin with, it was naturally ignited. When he saw this scene, Wang Mang immediately retreated madly and completely gave up the battlefield. Because Wang Mang could see that the ancestral Gragon had completely lost his mind. Also, Wang Mang knew his own limits. He could not fight against these two guys at all. The strength of these two fellows was too strong. Fortunately, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient emperor and dragon emperor, who were on the verge of a battle, did not act against him. This was naturally what Wang Mang wanted to see. But just as Wang Mang was about to leave, suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed over from afar. When Wang Mang raised his head, he saw a beautiful snow-white figure rushing over. Damn, the ancestral Gragon is here too? What kind of day is it today? For a moment, Wang Mang was doubting life. At the same time, the ancestral Gragon saw Wang Mang. However, the ancestral Gragon did not act against him. Furthermore, she seemed to be in a hurry to escape. Just as Wang Mang was puzzled, he soon realized that wherever the ancestral Gragon passed by, the distorted space behind her followed closely, hung long. At this moment, a huge hole was torn open in the sky. Then, a huge hand reached out from the space and grabbed at the ancestral Gragon. But the ancestral Gragon's speed suddenly increased by a huge margin. Because of this, the ancestral Gragon managed to escape by luck. Then, the huge hand retracted back into the space. Then, it kept coming out from the space. It tried to catch the ancestral Gragon several times, but she still managed to escape. Seeing this, Wang Mang was dumbfounded. What a guy! The ancestral Gragon was really being hunted down. Which big shot could be so powerful? Just as Wang Mang was in shock. At this moment, the ancient emperor, who was single-handedly suppressing the dragon emperor, suddenly stopped and frowned. He turned to look at the ancestral Gragon, and then stared at the space behind the ancestral Gragon. Then, the ancient emperor raised his hand without warning and slapped towards the space. Bam! Accompanied by a loud noise. A hole was instantly blasted open in the distorted space. Then, in the pitch-black space, a pitch-black figure stepped out, and a cold and hoarse voice resounded in the battlefield of gods. "Ancient Emperor, I heard that you have been looking for me. Recently, after you obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Being's tomb, did you become so confident? After you digested the things that I looked down on previously, do you think you can go against me? Chapter 775. After hearing these words that resounded throughout the heavens and earth, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. What a guy! This guy's background is more than just big. Moreover, Wang Mang had already guessed who he was. It was very likely that this person was the most mysterious prodigy hunter in the legends. Although he had heard rumors about him, when he heard such arrogant words, to be honest, Wang Mang was still extremely shocked, because what he said was too arrogant. He didn't even care about the Supreme Being's tomb's inheritor. How arrogant was this guy? If it were someone else, Wang Mang might think he was arrogant. However, this guy's strength made Wang Mang realize that he wasn't arrogant or boasting. He was really awesome. Besides, Wang Mang had also carefully observed the other prodigies present. The Dragon Emperor was a legendary prodigy. The Ancestor Emperor was also a legendary prodigy. As for the Ancient Emperor, Wang Mang wasn't sure. He guessed that he was also a legendary prodigy. However, what Wang Mang couldn't figure out the most was the strongest prodigy hunter who had appeared out of nowhere. He stood proudly in the air, looking down on everyone. His face was covered in a haze. It was as if one couldn't see his face clearly, and he didn't have a name. His name was widely known in the Sacred Emperor continent as the strongest hunter of geniuses. In an instant, Wang Mang wasn't the only one looking at the strongest prodigy hunter. Similarly, the Ancient Emperor's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered as he stared at the strongest prodigy hunter. He could also feel that this fellow's strength was much stronger than his. In fact, this strongest prodigy hunter's cultivation level was actually at the 8th heaven of the Emperor God realm. Moreover, if the Ancient Emperor's guess was correct, the strongest prodigy hunter in front of him was definitely the one who had gone the furthest among the legendary prodigies. Most likely, it wouldn't take much talent to become one of the legendary geniuses. What did that mean? His cultivation level was already at the 8th heaven of the Emperor God realm. He was still a legendary prodigy. His battle strength was even closer to the 6th rank. His cultivation base was only at the 6th sky of the Divine Emperor realm. The reason why he had such terrifying combat strength was because he was a legendary prodigy. This allowed his battle prowess to reach the maximum in an instant. He had reached the peak God Emperor realm. But did the gap between him and the strongest prodigy hunter disappear? This was just that in the eyes of outsiders, it should not exist. After all, they were all below Tier 6. However, the gap between them was still very big and very obvious. Even within the same small realm, the difference between them was like the difference between clouds and mud. Moreover, the aura of the strongest heaven realm hunter was just an aura. This gave him a great sense of oppression, as well as an incomparably strong sense of crisis. There was only one possibility. The heaven's chosen hunter before him was capable of killing him. For a moment, the originally silent surroundings were filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, the most powerful heavenly talent hunter standing in the air with his hands behind his back said calmly, "What? You don't even have the courage to fight me? If you don't, all of you will die today. If you don't have the courage alone, all of you can come at me together." Hearing this, the Ancient Emperor's face turned ugly. He shouted angrily, "Let me see how capable you are." Great Emperor Seal. After saying this, the Ancient Emperor brazenly attacked. As he raised his hand, the laws of heaven and earth appeared. The terrifying power of the law of the Tao was condensed into numerous Emperor Seals that were as big as mountains. Then they swarmed towards the strongest elite cultivator, trying to kill him. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw a scene that shocked him. As the prodigy hunter waved his hand, a terrifying power of the law of the Tao formed a storm and swept towards the ancient emperor. The thousands of great emperor seals that the ancient emperor used turned into ashes. At the same time, this terrifying storm of laws continued to sweep towards the ancient emperor. Facing this terrifying storm of laws of the Tao, Wang Mang hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Once he was swept by this terrifying power, Wang Mang did not doubt that he would die on the spot. At the same time, those who were observant would realize that Wang Mang was stealthily moving away. Of course, Wang Mang wanted to leave this place. Actually, there was no other way. He could not kill the Dragon Emperor at all. Moreover, the current situation was already out of his control. In particular, Wang Mang did not forget the words of the proud son of heaven hunters. This guy wanted to kill everyone here. He had better escape as soon as possible. After all, he was facing the prodigy hunter and the ancient emperor. Wang Mang was not confident that he could fight them. Using the wrath of gods and demons would not make up for the losses. Moreover, he would definitely not be able to kill them. If he really offended them too much, even if he escaped to the chaos world, he would not be able to shake them off. For example, if the ancient emperor chased him to the chaos world, he would not be able to fight back. To put it bluntly, escaping to the chaos world would not be safe. What if the ancient emperor was determined to chase him to the chaos world? Even Tao ancestor Hongjun would not be able to kill the ancient emperor. On this point, Wang Mang was sure. In fact, he was 100% sure. Even demon ancestor Luo, who was only SOSO. No matter how strong Tao ancestor Hongjun was, he had not reached rank 6. But what about these guys? These strongest prodigies were already close to rank 6. As for why they had not reached rank 6, it went without saying that they wanted to become rank 5 supreme beings. At this moment, Wu Yu looked at the ancient emperor and the strongest prodigy hunter, who were so engrossed in their fight. Wang Mang immediately seized the opportunity. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the exit of the battlefield of gods. Upon seeing this, the hunter prodigy, who was in the midst of battle, chuckled softly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a spatial boundary close to rank 6 was formed with the law of the Tao. Then, the entire battlefield of gods was sealed by the terrifying law of the space. Wang Mang, who was about to escape, almost crashed into the boundary. In an instant, Wang Mang's face turned ugly. If he was not a fool, he would know that the strongest prodigy hunter had noticed him. Therefore, he set up a boundary to stop him from escaping. In an instant, Wang Mang was even more furious. Damn it, is this dog really going to bully me like this? Is he really going to force me? Does he really think I'm a pushover? This is too much. But when he thought about how he was still unable to defeat this guy even after using the wrath of the fiend god, he was furious. Wang Mang's heart was filled with rage, and he felt even more sullen. This feeling of being unable to win or escape. Wang Mang was on the verge of breaking down. He even wished he could slap himself twice. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to this battlefield of gods. Chapter 776. Why did Wang Mang know that he couldn't win? Because Wang Mang had long realized a crucial problem. That was the strongest heaven's chosen hunter. Clearly, he was extremely powerful, but his fighting strength had yet to reach rank 6. Moreover, Wang Mang guessed that this guy's cultivation level had already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor God realm. Together with his legendary prodigy fighting strength, his fighting strength had already reached the pinnacle, using the normal method of stacking prodigy fighting strength. The strength of the strongest prodigy hunter should be at stage 6, but he still couldn't reach rank 6. This proved a problem. Stacking with rank 5 prodigy fighting strength couldn't allow his fighting strength to reach rank 6. What did this mean? It meant that Wang Meng had to fight with these guys. He had to raise his cultivation level by at least a dozen minor levels. Moreover, even after raising his cultivation level by a dozen minor levels, he still couldn't win against these guys, unless he raised his strength to rank 6. But the price he had to pay was too great. He was only at the middle stage of the Sage Emperor realm. Once he raised his cultivation level to rank 6, the price he had to pay was unimaginable. He would probably be back to square one. Thinking of this, Wang Meng felt bitter. There was no escape now. There was no escape. He could only wait patiently for the outcome of the battle between the ancient emperor and the strongest prodigy hunter. Of course, Wang Meng still hoped that the ancient emperor would win, because the strongest prodigy hunter's killing intent was too strong. All right, the ancient emperor's killing intent was also very strong, but Wang Meng was also racking his brains to think of a solution. Therefore, it was best for these two to fight for as long as possible. Moreover, the battle between the two was a clash of power of laws. As a result, Wang Meng simply couldn't see the situation clearly. The only thing he understood was that the ancient emperor was being suppressed by the strongest prodigy hunter. In any case, he was just bragging. Wang Meng couldn't understand the battle between the two at all. From this, it was clear how big the gap between Wang Meng and them was. Wang Meng, who had been watching the battle, had also given up on the idea of running. He was forced to give up on running away. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. Watching the two fight until the mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked, the sky changed colors, and the space distorted, Wang Meng couldn't help but sigh as he thought to himself, "It would be great if these guys can fight until both sides are injured, and let me pick up the scraps." Right at this moment, Wang Meng inadvertently discovered something. Not far away, the Dragon Emperor's eyes darted around as he observed his surroundings. Seeing this, Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this fellow also wanted to escape? After quietly observing for a while, Wang Meng realized that this guy might really be trying to escape. The reason for that was because the ancestral dragon was indeed undefeatable to Wang Meng. However, in front of the ancient emperor and the strongest elite hunters, he was still lacking. Moreover, Wang Meng knew that this fellow would have to pay a huge price for forcefully increasing his strength. At this thought, Wang Meng immediately sent a voice transmission. "Brother Ancestral Graygon, when you run later, remember to bring me along." Ancestral Graygon, who was quietly looking around, was shocked when he heard this. However, when he realized that it was Wang Meng who had sent him a voice transmission, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, what made him angry was that Wang Meng had discovered that he was trying to escape. He inadvertently looked to the side and saw Wang Meng glancing at him from time to time. Ancestral Graygon's eyes flickered. In the end, he decided to bring Wang Meng along. As long as he got the elixir that Wang Meng had mentioned, he would be able to minimize his losses. Moreover, at this moment, Ancestral Graygon finally understood why the sense of danger in the Sacred Emperor continent was so strong. First, the ancient emperor's appearance had pressured him to the point of suffocation. Then, the strongest heaven's chosen hunter appeared. To be honest, if Wang Meng hadn't come looking for him, he felt that he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. At this thought, Ancestral Graygon gritted his teeth in hatred towards Wang Meng. This bastard is really a nuisance. After taking a deep breath, Ancestral Graygon regained his senses and continued to look for the spatial boundaries around him. He also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Once the battle between the ancient emperor and the strongest elite hunters ended, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. although he had raised his fighting strength to the peak Emperor God level. However, the difference between him and the ancient emperor and the strongest elite hunters was close to 10 minor levels. He was only at the 8th heaven of the sacred emperor realm. The legendary elite had boosted his fighting strength by 4 heavens. Unparalleled elite elites didn't boost their fighting strength. The immortal Emperor Mask and the god Emperor Mask boosted his fighting strength by 3 heavens, forcibly boosted his fighting strength by 3 minor levels. That was why he had the fighting strength of a peak Emperor God. That was how Ancestral Gragon's current fighting strength came about. 8th heaven of the sacred Emperor realm plus legendary elites fighting strength by 4 heavens, plus God Emperor and Demon Emperor Mask by 3 heavens, plus forcibly boosted fighting strength by 3 heavens. But what about the Ancient Emperor? The Ancient Emperor was at the 7th heaven of the sacred Emperor realm plus legendary elites fighting strength by 4 heavens. He had reached the peak Emperor God level. And this was without taking into account the other rank 5 treasures that boosted his fighting strength. As for the fact that this guy didn't have any rank 5 treasures that boosted his fighting strength, Wang Mang definitely didn't believe it, because this guy was the inheritor of the Supreme Being's tomb. As for the strongest elite hunter, he was even more insane. 8th heaven of the sacred Emperor realm plus legendary elites fighting strength by 4 heavens. He had the fighting strength of a peak Emperor God. As for the fact that this guy didn't have any rank 5 treasures, Wang Mang didn't believe it even more. He didn't even care about the inheritor of the Supreme Being's tomb. It could be said that one could tell who was stronger at a glance. Without a doubt, the strongest was the strongest elite hunter. Next would be the inheritor of the Supreme Being's tomb. Last would be the Dragon Emperor and Ancestral Emperor. Of course, as for himself, Wang Mang personally felt that he could barely be ranked 5th. After all, he was at the 6th heaven of the sacred Emperor realm. The gap wasn't that big. Right at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly heard the Dragon Emperor's voice transmission. "Come closer to me later. Wait for me to find the weak point of the barrier. After breaking the barrier, I'll bring you out together." After hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He quickly turned to look at the Ancestral Gragon, and saw that the Ancestral Gragon didn't feel anything. For a moment, Wang Mang's gaze towards the Ancestral Gragon became more and more pleasing to the eye. Why didn't he realize that this guy was actually not bad? Thinking of this, Wang Mang sent a voice transmission to the Ancestral Gragon. "Since that's the case, thank you, Ancestral Gragon. As long as you can bring me out, I'm willing to become sworn brothers with you." Chapter 777. Wang Mang's words were not empty words. He was really grateful to Ancestral Gragon, provided that Ancestral Gragon really brought him out. Ancestral Gragon was full of disdain when he heard Wang Mang's voice transmission. If not for the fact that he wanted to reduce his losses, he would not have bothered with Wang Mang. The reason for that was because he had never once looked Wang Mang in the eye. In his eyes, what virtue and ability did Wang Mang have to be worthy of being his brother? Of course, he was only thinking about it in his heart. If he said it out loud, Wang Mang flew into a rage out of humiliation. It would not be worth it to fight with him. Therefore, he ignored Wang Mang's Ancestral Gragon. He was carefully looking for the weak point of the spatial boundary. Ancestral Gragon was also very anxious, because Wang Mang could not understand the battle, but that did not mean he could not. The strongest prodigy hunter was too strong. He was completely suppressing the Ancient Emperor. If the Ancient Emperor did not use any means to increase his strength, he would fight with his life. He would not be able to win against the strongest prodigy hunter. Moreover, he could see that the strongest prodigy hunter had always held back a certain amount of his strength. Obviously, the ancient emperor could not even make the strongest prodigy hunter use all his strength. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Ancestral Gragon finally found the weak point of the spatial boundary. Ancestral Gragon was speechless. This was the weak point of the spatial boundary. It was in the sky above Wang Mang's head. Ancestral Gragon slowly transmitted his voice to him. I have found the weak point of the spatial boundary. It is in the sky above your head. Later, I will blast open the weak point of the spatial boundary and grab you. We will cross the boundary and escape. Remember, it is not easy to resist. Hearing that, Wang Mang quickly replied, Brother Ancestral Gragon, don't worry. I believe in you. All right. He did not even believe it himself. However, Wang Mang knew that Ancestral Gragon would definitely not attack him, because Ancestral Gragon was probably still thinking about the elixirs to increase his strength. There was no reason for him to attack him. Even if he wanted to fight him, it would be after he returned to the sacred Emperor continent and obtained the pills. Therefore, Wang Mang was not worried. Compared to the ancestral dragon, it was harder to deal with. The battlefield of deities was the real danger. He couldn't even control his own life. Just as Wang Mang's imagination was running wild, the ancestral dragon suddenly moved. With a wave of his hand, he gathered a terrifying power of law and blasted it at the spatial barrier above Wang Mang's head. The space enchantment was instantly blasted open, creating a hole the size of a door. Even the stable spatial enchantment of the divine battlefield was blasted open. Furthermore, the barrier formed by the spatial laws was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Wang Mang did not hesitate at all. He instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed in. At the same time, just as Wang Mang rushed into the space, Ancestral Gragon followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, the strongest Sky Pride hunter who was in the midst of battle smiled indifferently. Then he pointed his finger in the direction that Wang Mang and Ancestral Gragon were escaping. A terrifying power of law instantly pierced through the spatial barrier and shot toward Ancestral Gragon. He did not care about Wang Mang. He was just an unparalleled Sky Pride and could not provide him with much talent value. However, Ancestral Gragon was a legendary Sky Pride and provided him with a lot of talent value. Naturally, he did not mind receiving a legendary Sky Pride's talent value. At the same time, Ancestral Gragon, who sensed the terrifying threat behind him, almost cursed out loud. He was furious. Wang Mang did not wait for him and ran away. Forget it. The strongest prodigy hunter had even launched an attack. He did not even have the chance to escape. He could only block the terrifying finger attack with a ferocious expression. Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Ancestral Gragon's chest was pierced through by the finger attack. His hair was disheveled and his aura withered. He was in a sorry state. However, in the next moment, Ancestral Gragon did not hesitate at all and used the spatial barrier to escape. As for Wang Mang, he had already used spatial realm crossing and didn't dare to delay in fleeing. It could be said that he reacted faster than Ancestral Gragon. After Ancestral Gragon blasted open the barrier, he immediately ran away. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Mang had already appeared in the Western Heaven realm in a barren and endless desert. He did not even have time to locate the spatial coordinates previously. After entering the space, he directly used the spatial barrier and did not even look for the direction. That was why he came to the Western Heaven realm. That was why he ran faster than Ancestral Gragon. Damn it, I've finally escaped from the tiger's den. After looking around, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But At this moment, the space in the nearby sky began to distort. Then, Wang Mang saw an incomparably wretched figure emerge from the space. After taking a closer look, Wang Mang exclaimed, "Damn it, isn't this ancestral Gregon? This guy ran away together. How did he suffer such serious injuries?" Wang Mang could feel that this guy's strength and aura were fluctuating, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. However, Wang Mang saw the bloody hole in his chest, as well as his disheveled and pale face. At this moment, ancestral Gregon had already descended from the sky and walked towards Wang Mang with a pale face. Seeing this, Wang Mang's eyes flickered, but in the end, he resisted the urge to make a move. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. His aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, but it was still the aura of a peak emperor god. If he made a move now, Wang Mang would have to pay a high price to take him down. Since that was the case, he might as well stall for time. When the time for him to forcefully increase his strength was over. Also, when the backlash began, his realm would drop. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately went up to him with a worried face and asked, "Brother Ancestral Gregon, are you all right?" Ancestral Gregon's face darkened. "I won't die, the strongest heaven's chosen slayer. This emperor will remember this guy. Don't give me a chance, or I'll definitely take revenge for this finger." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded in agreement. That's right. The ancient emperor and the strongest prodigy, Hunter bullied us like this. If there's a chance, we'll definitely repay them. Hearing this, Ancestral Gregon looked at Wang Mang with a pale face and said coldly, "My friend, where's the elixir that you promised me?" Hearing this, Wang Mang instantly knew that things were not going well. He did not have any elixir to give to Ancestral Gregon. Initially, he only thought of leaving the battlefield of deities after escaping. He would just scold Ancestral Gregon and escape to the Eldritch world. He had never thought of giving Ancestral Gregon elixir. Of course, he could not say these thoughts out loud. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "Brother Ancestral Gregon, don't worry. Why would I lie to you?" Speaking of this, Wang Mang deliberately changed the topic and looked at Ancestral Gregon expectantly. "Brother Ancestral Gregon, I said it myself when we were in the battlefield of deities. Fellow Taoist Ancestral Dragon, if you can save me, I will become sworn brothers with you." "Brother Ancestral Gregon, why don't the two of us become sworn brothers here?" Of course, Wang Mang had his reasons for bringing up the past. By then, he would become sworn brothers with Ancestral Gregon. Would this guy still have the cheek to ask him for elixir? By then, even if Ancestral Gregon really asked him for elixir, he just had to deal with it perfunctorily. Moreover, once the time for Ancestral Gregon to forcefully increase his strength passed, by then, once Ancestral Gregon's cultivation level dropped, would Wang Mang still be afraid of him? Chapter 778. Because once the time limit for Ancestral Gregon to forcefully increase his strength was over, Wang Mang predicted that this guy's combat strength would drop by at least 2 small realms. After all, if he used the wrath of the celestial demon to forcefully increase his strength by 3 small realms, his strength would drop by at least 3 small realms. Wang Mang didn't believe that this guy's method of forcefully increasing his strength would be more powerful than his wrath of the celestial demon. Because of this, Wang Mang was certain that he could defeat Ancestral Gregon. Wang Mang was certain that he could defeat Ancestral Gregon. Even Jesus wouldn't be able to hold him back. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt more relaxed. Of course, Wang Mang didn't relax his vigilance. His expression didn't change as he looked at Ancestral Gregon expectantly, waiting for his answer. But Ancestral Gregon wasn't a fool. Of course he knew. If his realm dropped later, the backlash would begin. Wang Mang might fall out with him directly. Besides, Ancestral Gregon didn't care about Wang Mang at all. What ability did this Wang Mang have to become sworn brothers with him? Become sworn brothers? Ancestral Gregon even wanted to say to Wang Mang, "Look at yourself. You think you're worthy?" Of course, Ancestral Gregon wouldn't say anything too unpleasant. His tone was cold as he slowly said, "Give me the elixir, and everything will be fine. Even if we become sworn brothers, it's not impossible. So what about the elixir? There's a limit to my patience." Obviously, Ancestral Gregon didn't want Wang Mang to stall for time. Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly flickered. He could vaguely see that Ancestral Gregon wanted to kill him. Obviously, if he continued to stall, Wang Mang would lose more than he gained. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly fell into a dilemma. He could really take out elixirs, but not all of them were elixirs that could increase one's strength. In fact, there were elixirs that could increase one's realm. They were the 6-flavor Emperor Pill and the Fallen Saint Pill. One elixir that could increase one's realm. It was an elixir that could suppress a saint. If he were to take out these 2 pills, what if this guy didn't eat it? At that time, wouldn't he lose 2 pills? Moreover, it was the 6-flavor Imperial Pill. Wang Mang could not bear to give it to Ancestral Gregon. He did not mind if the Ancestral Dragon Meteorite Saint Elixir was given to him. For a moment, Wang Mang's heart was spinning in circles. How was he going to solve this problem? The Ancestral Gregon wasn't stupid. He obviously wouldn't give him any time to delay. Just as Wang Mang was in a dilemma, Ancestral Gregon's face turned even colder. "What? Fellow Taoist, are you toying with me?" Hearing that, Wang Mang said unhappily, "Ancestral Gregon, do you think I'm a despicable person who goes back on his words? If I take out the pill, will you immediately follow me and become sworn brothers with me? Or are you looking down on me, Wang Mang? So, you don't want to become sworn brothers with me? If that's the case, you can just tell me, and I'll give you the pill." "Damn it, since you know, why did you say it out loud? You can just give me the pill and be done with it." "Aren't you humiliating yourself by saying that?" For a moment, Ancestral Gregon was speechless. However, he didn't want to say it too harshly, so he said indifferently, "If that's the case, fellow Taoist, take out the pill." Hearing that, Wang Mang's face turned pale, but he quickly asked in his heart, "System, can you make 2 fake 6-flavor Imperial Pills for me?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Upgrade host. Making 2 fake 6-flavor Imperial Pills requires 500 million energy points. Do you want to make it?" After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt like his heart was bleeding. Not only did he not get any benefits from this mission, now he had to pay the energy points instead. That simply broke Wang Mang's heart. However, he couldn't refuse because he couldn't just brush it off. Ancestral Gregon obviously wouldn't let him go. Therefore, even if Wang Mang didn't want to make 2 fake pills, he couldn't give them to Ancestral Gregon. Thinking of this, Wang Mang secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Make it." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! 500 million energy points have been successfully deducted. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully made 2 fake 6-flavor Imperial Pills. They have been placed in the host's backpack." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's face turned pale. He secretly swore to himself that he must get the God Emperor's mask and the Demon Emperor's mask. The reason why he stayed was not that he couldn't escape, but that he was still thinking about the God Emperor's mask and the Demon Emperor's mask. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly rolled his eyes. With a gloomy face, he took out the jade box containing the 2 fake pills and held it in his hand. After seeing the pills in Wang Mang's hand, Ancestral Gregon narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He knew that the pills might be with Wang Mang. After all, it was such a good thing. How could it be casually placed somewhere else? The biggest possibility was that it was with him all the time. Of course, Ancestral Graygon didn't know whether the pills were real or fake. But Ancestral Graygon still waved at Wang Mang and said, "Give it to me." Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was full of pain. Under Ancestral Graygon's cold gaze, he reluctantly recognized the pills. Seeing this, Ancestral Graygon's expression softened slightly. After taking the pills, Ancestral Graygon looked at the pills while paying attention to Wang Mang's expression. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether the pills were real or fake. Naturally, he couldn't make up his mind. After pondering for a while, Ancestral Graygon said with a gloomy face, "Are you sure this is a pill to increase one's strength? Don't tell me you're giving me some poisonous pill." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately laughed in exasperation and said, "Poisonous pill? Okay, then give it to me. How about I eat it in front of you?" After saying that, Wang Mang reached out and was about to snatch the pills. Seeing this, Ancestral Graygon's expression changed. He dodged Wang Mang's hand that was about to snatch the pills and said slowly, "Why don't you eat one for me?" After saying that, Ancestral Graygon opened the jade box and threw a pill to Wang Mang. Wang Mang raised his hand and caught the pill. With a cold smile on his face, he swallowed it in front of Ancestral Graygon. The next moment, Wang Mang's body began to go berserk. The huge power of the law of the Tao in his body began to run amok. But finally, after half a day, under Ancestral Graygon's gaze, Wang Mang's aura returned to calmness. Obviously, Wang Mang didn't break through the realm. After all, this was a fake pill. Naturally, it was impossible for him to break through. At this moment, Ancestral Graygon looked at Wang Mang coldly and said, "Why didn't I see you break through?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately put his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Are you an idiot? I've already eaten this pill. After each person takes it, they can only break through a small realm. How can they break through if they eat it repeatedly? If I can break through again, I'll eat these 2 pills myself. Why should I be afraid of you?" Chapter 779. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Graygon's face stiffened slightly, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Thinking of this, Ancestral Graygon immediately dispelled the suspicion in his heart, but he was still a little hesitant and felt that something was wrong. But Ancestral Graygon couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. After taking a deep breath, Ancestral Graygon looked indifferent and said, "You can go. The enmity between you and me is written off." After that, Ancestral Graygon waved his hand, indicating that Wang Mang could leave. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first, and then left with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Ancestral Graygon smiled disdainfully and then turned to leave. At the same time, Wang Mang, who had just left, appeared in front of him out of thin air again. Not only that, Wang Mang chased after Ancestral Graygon. Obviously, Wang Mang wasn't willing to give up just like that. If there was a chance to do it, Wang Mang didn't even mind killing Ancestral Graygon. After all, he really suffered a loss this time. He didn't get any benefits and almost lost his life. How could Wang Mang, who had always been mercenary, be willing to accept this? Damn it, he couldn't bear this grievance. Soon, Wang Mang followed Ancestral Graygon's footsteps and came to a desert oasis. But what made Wang Mang confused was that Ancestral Graygon's aura disappeared after entering this vast desert oasis. Where is this dog hiding? But just as Wang Mang was about to deduce, suddenly, a group of novice monks appeared in the distance and flew towards this side. But when they felt Wang Mang's terrifying aura, His originally aggressive posture immediately came to an abrupt halt. The old monk, who was the leader of the group, looked even more depressed. His strength had reached the late stage of Saint Emperor. When Wang Mang restrained his aura, he didn't see that he was an emperor god, but when he got closer, he immediately felt it. More importantly, he recognized Wang Mang's identity. Wasn't this Wang Mang the bane of Buddhism in the Western Heaven realm? It was obvious that Wang Mang's name had spread across the entire sacred emperor continent. Not to mention, the bloody Buddhist sect had an endless grudge against Wang Mang. Therefore, compared to others, the Buddhists knew Wang Mang better. Could it be that he's here for revenge? You want to kill the 3 great Buddhas of our Buddhist League. In the next moment, such a thought appeared in the old monk's mind. When he thought of this, the old monk started to tremble with fear. Of course, although he was afraid in his heart. However, the Buddha was still puzzled as he asked, "Senior, why are you here?" Hearing this, Wang Mang, who was originally filled with anger and displeasure, turned his gaze to the group of monks. However, after seeing these monks, Wang Mang became even angrier. He did not answer these monks. On the contrary, Wang Mang started to pinch his fingers to deduce the ancestral Greygon's whereabouts. However, to Wang Mang's disappointment, the ancestral Greygon did not dare to let anyone deduce his whereabouts. Perhaps he was worried that the ancient emperor or the strongest Sky Pride hunter would be the one to deduce his whereabouts. Therefore, it was basically impossible for him to continue searching for the ancestral Greygon's whereabouts. After all, it wasn't that easy to capture an emperor god with terrifying fighting strength. If the ancestral Greygon wanted to, he could easily escape from the sacred emperor continent. Thinking of this, Wang Mang, who was filled with helplessness, finally gave up unwillingly. If he was not wrong, the ancestral Greygon was very likely to be hiding or looking for a place to heal. Thinking of this, Wang Mang helplessly gave up on the idea of continuing to hunt him down. However, Wang Mang was still extremely furious. There was no need to mention how sullen he felt. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Detected host's current situation. Host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose to turn a blind eye to the Buddhists of the Western Heaven realm who have deep hatred in the past. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 2. 5 billion energy value. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 2. Kill one of the 3 great Buddhas of the Buddhists of the Western Heaven realm who have deep hatred in the past. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 5 billion energy value. Immortal king-level treasure, chest X1. Mission 3. Kill 2 of the 3 great Buddhas of the Buddhists of the Western Heaven realm who have deep hatred in the past. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 7. 5 billion energy value. Immortal king-level treasure, chest X1. Mission 4. Kill 3 great Buddhas of the Buddhists of the Western Heaven realm who have deep hatred in the past and destroy the Buddhist sacred ground. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 10 billion energy value. Immortal king-level treasure, chest X1. Immortal king-level blind box X1. After hearing this mission, Wang Mang, who was originally furious, was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. The reward for this mission was very good. Although it was not as good as the mission he had accepted earlier, it was not much worse. Most importantly, this mission was easy to complete. Killing the 3 great Buddhas of the Buddhist sect was not difficult for Wang Mang. After all, the current Wang Mang had the battle strength of a 3rd heaven god emperor. With this kind of strength, it would not be difficult to kill the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist sect. The first thing that could be ruled out was the first mission. The reward was too little. Even if it was for free, Wang Mang would not take a fancy to it. The second mission was to kill one of the 3 great Buddhas. To Wang Mang, it was easy, and the reward was also quite little. Therefore, the second mission could be ruled out. The third mission was to kill 2 of the 3 great Buddhas. Although the reward was a little small, it could be considered. However, compared to the fourth mission, the reward was not eye-catching. Therefore, Wang Mang pondered for a moment before he made a decision. In the next moment, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the fourth mission." Following that, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then Wang Mang looked at the old monk Buddha and said indifferently, "People of the Buddhist sect." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the old monk Buddha became even more nervous. He nodded with a trembling voice and said, "Yes, Senior, we are from the Buddhist sect." Seeing the Buddha's nervous look, Wang Mang's expression was indifferent as he smiled. "You know who I am?" The old Buddha nodded in fear and looked at Wang Mang with some anxiety. Hearing that, Wang Mang's expression was indifferent. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "In that case, I will let you go. Also, you don't have to return to the Buddhist sect anymore, because from now on, the Buddhist sect of the Western Heaven Realm will no longer exist." Chapter 780. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the old monk Buddha, who was in the lead, sucked in a breath of cold air. Similarly, the rest of the young novice monks were also shocked, even though they had already guessed Wang Mang's identity. Because they had guessed Wang Mang's identity, none of the young novice monks present dared to say a word. Under Wang Mang's terrifying aura, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, and all of them lowered their heads. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang smiled disdainfully and immediately soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Buddhist sect. After all, the Buddhist sect was the holy land of Buddhism in the Western Heaven Realm. Naturally, its territory was clear at a glance. Wang Mang just used his divine sense to scan and found the specific location. The Lane Temple of the Western Heaven Realm was in this desolate and endless desert, under Wang Mang's rapid flight. It only took a moment for Wang Mang to see the location of the Great Lane Temple in front of him. The Great Lane Temple of the Western Heaven Realm was located in a desert forest. It was too conspicuous. The magnificent and solemn Great Lane Temple was very conspicuous in this endless desert. In the next moment, Wang Mang no longer restrained his aura, and a terrifying aura raged out from his body. This aura of an emperor god expert instantly formed a terrifying storm in the desert. As Wang Mang flew, yellow sand filled the sky wherever he passed, and the sky darkened. In the next moment, the people of the Great Lane Temple of the Buddhist sect obviously also felt this terrifying aura. In an instant, the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect soared into the sky, one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of Buddhas of the Buddhist sect standing proudly in the sky. It was worth mentioning that the strength of these dozens of Buddhas had reached the level of immortal emperor and holy emperor. Obviously, such a foundation was not inferior to that of the holy land of 10,000 demons. The Buddhist sect of the Western Heaven Realm was really worthy of being a super holy land. Of course, these guys still did not look at Wang Mang. Therefore, when Wang Mang arrived in the sky above the Great Thunderclap Temple, with his hands clasped behind his back, he stood proudly in the air and looked down at the entire Tempest Temple. "What about Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha? Get out here. I'm here to take your dog lives." The next moment, two angry roars came from the Buddhist sections. Wang Mang, you really don't know what death is. We didn't kill you, yet you dare to come to my doorstep. Heaven Burial Buddha and Hell Buddha rushed out of the Tempest Temple and stood proudly in the air. At this moment, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha were looking at Wang Mang with murderous intent. Although they had long since expected this, they hadn't expected Wang Mang to actually kill his way here so quickly. After all, it hadn't been that long since they had killed the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. But Wang Mang had already charged over. What made them even more shocked and angry was Wang Mang's battle prowess had actually reached the third heaven of the Emperor God realm. If this were to continue, they might really have to kill Yunhua. With that thought, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha looked at each other and immediately crushed a broken jade. Seeing this, Wang Mang squinted his eyes. He knew that the two of them might have asked for help. When he thought up to here, Wang Mang immediately stopped hesitating and directly attacked. 10,000 Buddhas take lives. Wang Mang roared angrily and formed a seal with both hands. The law of Tao around him surged out and instantly formed 3,000 Buddha shadows. Then, as Wang Mang raised his hand, the shadows charged toward Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha. Seeing this, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha's faces turned pale. Then, the two of them immediately joined forces and formed a boundary with the power of law to protect themselves. Rumble, accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises. The Buddhist barrier created by the two of them did indeed manage to block Wang Mang's 3,000 Buddha images. However, at this moment, screams of agony rang out incessantly. Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha were stunned at first, then they lowered their heads to take a look. In the next moment, they saw a scene that made them furious. Many Buddhas died, tragically under the horrifying remnant might of the laws. It was obvious that they could block Wang Mang's attack. However, the Buddhas in the Western Heaven realm couldn't block it at all. Hence, it was only Wang Mang's divine power that he had performed. As a result, many of the rank 5 Buddhas present died, tragically. Even the Great Lane Temple was affected by the power of Wang Mang's divine power, and there were countless casualties. This was because the Great Lane Temple had a formation that blocked most of the power of Wang Mang's divine power. Otherwise, Wang Mang's divine power alone was enough to destroy the entire Western Heaven realm's Buddhist sect. ***, if you are so capable, come and fight with us in the space turbulence. After roaring, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha tore the space apart and plunged into the space turbulence. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered. He raised his hand, and another terrifying power of the law of guidance blasted toward the Great Lane Temple that was still standing. Seeing this, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha, who had entered the space turbulence, roared angrily with their eyes wide open. Stop it! As the two of them roared, they performed their techniques to stop Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered. He raised his hand and blasted a few more palms at Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha. Bang, bang, bang. After the bombardment of several giant palms, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha were stopped by Wang Mang. At the same time, there was another loud bang that resounded through the heavens and earth. This loud bang was accompanied by countless screams that were drowned out. They saw that the Great Lane Temple that was still standing in the Western Heaven realm had been blasted into ruins by Wang Mang's palm. Smoke and dust filled the sky, accompanied by a sandstorm that caused the surrounding weather to change. After the smoke and dust had dissipated, they saw that the Great Lane Temple in the Western Heaven realm had disappeared. Similarly, the little Shami and the Buddhas in the Great Lane Temple had disappeared completely. Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha were stunned when they saw this. The Buddhism that had been passed down for a long time was destroyed, just like that. At this point, the Western Heaven Realm's top sanctuary, the Western Heaven Realm's Buddhism, no longer existed. Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha's eyes turned red when they thought of this. They looked at Wang Mang with murderous intent in their eyes. Wang Mang did not care about this and said indifferently, "Don't worry, you will soon disappear like the Great Lane Temple." Having said that, Wang Mang charged toward the two of them. Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha did not back down when they saw this. After Wang Mang charged into the space turbulence, the two of them attacked Wang Mang with several divine powers. However, to their surprise, Wang Mang did not block them at all. Instead, he charged toward them at an even more terrifying speed. Bang, 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 accompanied by several earth-shattering noises. The divine powers that the two of them had performed, all of them landed on Wang Mang as expected. Similarly, Wang Mang was also drowned in the earth-shattering divine powers. However, Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha did not even have the time to rejoice. They saw Wang Mang rushing out from the aftermath of the terrifying divine ability in an incomparably sorry state, approaching them at an even more terrifying speed. Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha widened their eyes and recalled what had happened. Wang Mang could not be killed at all. He was almost immune to attacks of the same level of combat power. This meant that once they allowed Wang Mang to get close to them, the outcome would definitely be death. Heaven Burial Buddha and Infernal Buddha trembled when they thought of this. They felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. The two of them recovered from their anger. After looking at each other, they turned around and ran without hesitation. Chapter 781. Seeing this, Wang Mang, who was a little embarrassed, suddenly sneered and said, "Do you really think you can run away?" After saying that, Wang Mang's speed skyrocketed again. He was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch him. If there were outsiders, they would be able to see that Wang Mang's speed was getting faster and faster. He was chasing Heaven Burial Buddha and Hell Buddha into the depths of the turbulent space. At the same time, Heaven Burial Buddha and Hell Buddha also found that Wang Mang was getting closer and closer. What frightened them even more was that they discovered that their own speed was actually not much faster than Wang Mang's. Obviously, they did not have a top speed super skill. Otherwise, they would have gotten rid of Wang Mang long ago. Because of that, Wang Mang saw a scene that left him incomparably astonished. He saw that Hell Buddha, who was running away quickly, suddenly slapped Heaven Burial Buddha toward Wang Mang. Moreover, this merciless slap seriously injured Heaven Burial Buddha. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Burial Buddha was almost in front of him. This dazzled Wang Mang's eyes. He was totally dumbfounded. Similarly, Wang Mang was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Heaven Burial Buddha also looked at Hell Buddha in disbelief. He did not expect that the junior that he had brought up personally, he actually attacked him at the critical moment and slapped him into the abyss with one slap. All of a sudden, Heaven Burial Buddha felt an inexplicable sense of mockery. At the same time, at this moment, Wang Mang was also confused. What the hell? Is this an internal conflict? Wang Mang was a little confused, but he still seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Then Wang Mang turned into a huge body and rushed toward Heaven Burial Buddha. When Heaven Burial Buddha realized what was going on, it was too late for him to struggle. The reason for that was because Wang Mang's ferocious mouth was directly swallowing him whole. However, before he died, Heaven Burial Buddha's resentful roar came from Wang Mang's body. "Kill the Infernal Buddha. Help me kill the Infernal Buddha." After that, Sky Burial Buddha's voice disappeared completely. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a third heaven god emperor expert. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 3 billion energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was a little surprised. Who would have thought that a third sky god emperor expert would be so valuable? It seemed that, if the conditions permitted, he still had to hunt down more powerful cultivators. This was also a way for him to obtain energy values. Of course, at this moment, after Wang Mang had killed this guy, he was still in a daze. Wang Mang once again caught up with the infernal Buddha. After all, his mission wasn't just to kill one of the 3 Buddhas. The infernal Buddha and the Tathagata Buddha were his targets. At this moment, he saw that Wang Mang was still following closely behind and had never given up. The infernal Buddha, who was fleeing in front, couldn't help but roar angrily. Wang Mang, what do you want? Do you really want to kill all of us? Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. Only one has died. What if you guys rise up from the ashes? Hearing this, the infernal Buddha immediately felt even more aggrieved. Rise up from the ashes? Was this still possible? It was impossible. When Wang Mang destroyed the Western Heaven Realm's Buddhist sect, it was still possible. But when he personally attacked Heaven Burial Buddha, the Western Heavens Buddhist sect no longer existed, even though he understood these principles. But the infernal Buddha didn't think that Wang Mang would believe him. As for threatening Wang Mang, it was completely useless. He couldn't even defeat Wang Mang. So what was the use of threatening him? The more ruthless his words were, the less likely it was that Wang Mang would let him go. Thinking of this, the infernal Buddha asked as he fled, "What do you want? Do you really want to force me to death?" Hearing this, Wang Mang rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? You escape to heavens beyond and let me kill Tathagata Buddha. As long as I kill Tathagata Buddha, I think it will be difficult for your Buddhist sect to rise again. When the time comes, I'll let you go. How about that?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the infernal Buddha was stunned at first. Then he said without hesitation, "No problem. Follow me if you want to chase me." After saying that, the infernal Buddha turned around and flew in the direction of heavens beyond. As for Wang Mang, he didn't chase so closely, but he still maintained a certain distance. Because Wang Mang knew that if he chased too closely, the infernal Buddha would definitely suspect that he had other thoughts. In fact, that was the case. Seeing that Wang Mang didn't chase so closely, the infernal Buddha finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Tathagata, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm just trying to protect myself. After you die, go down and explain to your ancestor Heaven Burial Buddha. Remember to explain to your master." Half an hour later, under the pursuit of Wang Mang and the infernal Buddha finally escaped to heavens beyond. After arriving at heavens beyond, the infernal Buddha immediately sent a voice transmission to Tathagata Buddha. Fortunately, what made the infernal Buddha heave a sigh of relief? His voice transmission received a response from Tathagata Buddha. Then, Tathagata Buddha flew over from a floating hall in the distant turbulent space. "Master, are you all right?" After Tathagata Buddha appeared, the infernal Buddha also stopped in his tracks and didn't continue to escape. Then he quietly turned his head and glanced back, which finally made the infernal Buddha heave a sigh of relief. Because Wang Mang, who was also following closely behind, also stopped in his tracks and stood proudly in the air. At this time, the infernal Buddha looked as if he had lingering fears and said with an ugly expression, "Good disciple, fortunately you came in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by this guy." Hearing this, Tathagata Buddha's expression turned serious and he was about to speak. Suddenly, Tathagata Buddha's face was full of ferocity, and he took the lead to attack. He struck out with his palm with all his might and blasted the infernal Buddha out of the way. He flew backward toward Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was suddenly a little surprised. Then Wang Mang quickly seized the opportunity and shot toward the infernal Buddha as fast as lightning. After seeing Wang Mang rushing toward him, the infernal Buddha was suddenly shocked and angry. It was too late for him to attack Tathagata Buddha. Almost without hesitation, he blasted several top-notch, terrifying divine powers toward Wang Mang with all his might. In this regard, Wang Mang didn't care at all and rushed toward the infernal Buddha as fast as he could. Bang, bang, bang. Several terrifying divine powers exploded with a series of earth-shattering loud noises. However, Wang Mang seemed to be unaffected. He passed through the powerful divine powers and rushed toward the infernal Buddha. At the same time, Wang Mang instantly performed the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. A giant hand of the power of law condensed in an instant, this giant hand that blotted out the sky, and the sun grabbed the infernal Buddha tightly. Just as the infernal Buddha was about to struggle, Wang Mang had already arrived with a roar. At the same time, Wang Mang also transformed into a huge python. No, no. Under the horrified gaze of the infernal Buddha, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and swallowed him into his stomach. After swallowing the infernal Buddha, Wang Mang was about to continue attacking Tathagata Buddha. At this moment, an extremely painful scream was heard. Dash! Infernal Buddha! How dare you plot against me? Wang Mang was stunned when he heard the miserable shriek. He hurriedly turned his head to take a look. Then Wang Mang saw that Tathagata Buddha's body in the distance was burning with flames and was burning crazily. No matter how he tried to extinguish the flames, it was impossible for him to extinguish them. He struggled and screamed in pain under the flames of the law of the Tao. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. Originally, he thought that he would have to use some more methods to kill Tathagata, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do anything at all. Tathagata was finished. Obviously, this infernal Buddha had secretly plotted against Tathagata Buddha a long time ago. Moreover, this scheme should have been set up for a long time. Even Tathagata didn't notice it. In the next moment, Wang Mang transformed into a huge body and rushed towards Tathagata Buddha. Then he swallowed the law of the Tao and the flames into his bloody mouth. After eating Tathagata, Wang Mang was satisfied and transformed into his human form. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a third heaven god emperor. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 3 billion energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a second heaven god emperor. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 2 billion energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully completed the mission. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 10 billion energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained an Immortal King Grade Blind Box X1. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained an Immortal King Grade Treasure Box X1. Chapter 782. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The difficulty of completing the mission was much easier than Wang Mang had imagined, especially the Tathagata Buddha at the end. That was simply too dramatic. Wang Mang started to doubt his life after completing the mission so easily. Just as Wang Mang was in high spirits, suddenly an angry roar came from afar. Wang Mang, how dare you trick me? This deafening roar stunned Wang Mang for a moment. Then, Wang Mang quickly looked over and saw Dragon Emperor flying over from afar. At that moment, Ancestral Graygon looked at Wang Mang furiously. He couldn't hide his anger at all. Not long ago, after Ancestral Graygon went into hiding, he immediately stabilized his cultivation and tried to use the elixir that Wang Mang gave him to raise his cultivation level. However, to his great disappointment, the elixir that Wang Mang gave him was useless. After eating it, he only felt a little better. It was useless. Because of that, Ancestral Graygon naturally knew that he had been tricked. In his anger, he chased after Wang Mang's aura. At that moment, Wang Mang looked at Ancestral Graygon in front of him. He was stunned at first, then he looked nonchalant. A few days had passed. The time for Ancestral Graygon to forcefully raise his strength had long passed. Moreover, Ancestral Graygon's aura was too weak. He was on the same level as him. Yes, Ancestral Graygon was wearing the God Emperor mask and the Demon Emperor mask, but his aura was on the same level as him. Obviously, Ancestral Graygon's fall in cultivation level was more severe than he had imagined. He had most likely fallen to the fifth heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, if not for the fact that he was a legendary genius and had the God Emperor mask and the Demon Emperor mask. He would probably be weaker than him. Thinking of that, Wang Mang didn't take Ancestral Graygon seriously. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Ancestral Graygon, why are you here?" Ancestral Graygon was so angry that he laughed. "You dare to deceive me like this? Today, if you don't take out a medicinal pill that can truly increase my strength, no matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you on the spot." Hearing the Ancestral Graygon's words, which were full of killing intent, Wang Mang put his hands behind his back and sneered. "Kill one for me to see? You still want pills? What the F***ck are you thinking? I don't have any pills to increase my strength at all. I've been fooling you from the start. Even so, what can you do to me?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Graygon was stunned at first, then immediately attacked in anger. With a raise of his hand, he unleashed a full-powered Palm Divine Art at Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered and activated the ancient demon mighty body. Soon after, Wang Mang stood there without dodging, allowing the Ancestral Dragon's palm to strike him. Then, under Ancestral Graygon's incredulous gaze, Wang Mang's entire body was struck by this terrifying divine ability, rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Wang Mang was also drowned by this terrifying divine ability. At the same time, Ancestral Graygon was also stunned. He couldn't understand why Wang Mang didn't dodge. Not long after, when the terrifying divine ability's aftershock dissipated, seeing that Wang Mang was safe and sound, Ancestral Graygon understood immediately. Ancestral Graygon instantly understood, and his face turned ugly. He guessed that Wang Mang should have a divine ability that defied the natural order of the physical body. It was almost immune to any attack of the same level. No wonder Wang Mang was fearless and wasn't afraid of him at all. If the effect of forcibly revealing his strength was still there, he could still use his power to suppress Wang Mang and force him to compromise. But now, he couldn't do that at all. This was because his cultivation level had dropped by 3 levels, from the 8th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm to the 5th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. If it weren't for the God and Demon Emperor masks, he didn't even have the qualifications to stand on the same level as Wang Mang. But even now, he didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Wang Mang, because he couldn't suppress Wang Mang at all, let alone kill him. If he didn't forcefully raise his strength, he couldn't take down Wang Mang at all. Even if he forcefully raised his strength, he still couldn't take down Wang Mang. He didn't forget that Wang Mang also had the means to forcefully raise his strength. After understanding these problems, Ancestral Gragon's face immediately became gloomy. I see. You just wanted to stabilize my state of raising my strength a few days ago. You want to drag it out until my state of forcefully raising my strength is over. Then you won't be afraid of me anymore. After hearing Ancestral Gragon's words, Wang Mang flicked the dust off his body with a playful expression. Otherwise, do you think I'm afraid of you? I compromised with you back then because I didn't want to forcefully raise my strength. Do you really think you're a big shot? Hearing Wang Mang's naked humiliation, Ancestral Gragon's face became even more hideous and his body trembled with anger. However, there was more helplessness in his heart. Could it be that he had to increase his strength again to give Wang Mang a beating? It wasn't worth it, unless he was confident that he could kill Wang Mang. But Wang Mang could also forcefully raise his strength. Obviously, he couldn't kill Wang Mang. Hence, it wasn't worth it to continue fighting. Although Wang Mang had caused him to fall back to the third level of the heavenly realm, he had also suffered some losses. But the main reason was actually the ancient emperor. Previously, Wang Mang had attacked him viciously and only forced him to raise his strength by one level. But the ancient emperor's humiliation and attack had forced him to raise his strength by another 2 levels. This had caused him to suffer heavy losses and his cultivation to plummet. He was now in an awkward situation. This was the saying, a trapped dragon would be bullied by dogs. Thinking of this, Ancestral Gragon's angry face gradually calmed down. He looked at Wang Mang with uncertainty and said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that I'll fight to the death with you?" Hearing this, Wang Mang laughed disdainfully. "Unless you're a fool, you won't fight to the death with me. Even if you fight to the death with me, I'm not afraid of you. Moreover, once you fight to the death with me, you'll completely fall off your pedestal. At that time, whether or not you'll be able to survive will be a problem. Don't forget that the ancient emperor has designs on you, and there's still the strongest elite hunter." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Gragon was silent for a while before suddenly speaking. "Didn't you want to become sworn brothers with me? I'll agree." Wang Mang was dumbfounded when he heard the completely irrelevant words. Is this Ancestral Gragon crazy? Previously, he wanted to become sworn brothers with Ancestral Gragon. It was just to stall for time. Why did this guy suddenly change his mind? He wanted to become sworn brothers with him? There must be a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang stood with his hands behind his back and rejected with disdain. "Someone like you wants to become sworn brothers with me? Do you think you're qualified to be my brother, Wang Mang? If your cultivation level hadn't dropped, I wouldn't mind becoming sworn brothers with you. As for now, Kiki, don't you feel ashamed trying to climb up to me?" Chapter 783. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Gragon's face, which had just calmed down, instantly stiffened. What made him even angrier and more ridiculous was that now Wang Mang actually looked down on him. After forcefully suppressing his anger, Ancestral Gragon's face turned ugly. "Do you think I want to be sworn brothers with you? I just want to have a companion when I go to the myriad realms. Do you know how dangerous it is to conquer the myriad realms? Since ancient times, there have been too few people who came back alive. Even those who came back alive died not long after. Even the former 5th stage sovereign, after conquering the myriad worlds, died when he returned. Do you think conquering the myriad realms is so easy? The first stage is the battle of the 10 realms. The second stage is the battle of the 100 realms. The third stage is the battle of the 1,000 realms. The fourth stage is the battle of the 10 realms. The fifth stage is the battle of the myriad realms. If you and I go alone, we don't even know if we can safely reach the 10 realms city." Ancestral Gragon snorted coldly and remained silent with his hands behind his back. The reason why he wanted to become sworn brothers with Wang Mang was that he wanted an ally. That way, they could go together and conquer the myriad realms. They could take care of each other. That was because the geniuses of the myriad realms were too powerful. They dared to conquer the myriad realms. There were not many of them even in a top great realm. However, the problem was that there were many top great realms. Although it was called the 10 Realms City, there were actually more than 10 geniuses from the top great realms. That was because many geniuses would go to the nearest 10 Realms City. Coincidentally, the nearest 10 Realms City in this universe was the Myriad Realms City. There were many top great realms nearby. It was said that there were more than 10 of them. This news was brought back by the previous batch of top geniuses from the Sacred Emperor continent who went to the 10 Realms City. However, the top geniuses who brought back the news died, not long after because they were too severely injured. Wang Mang was stunned when he heard that. Then, he came to a sudden realization. If this guy did not have any other thoughts, Wang Mang really didn't believe Ancestral Gragon's words. However, after Ancestral Gragon confessed, Wang Mang fell into deep thought. Then, he was somewhat at a loss. Was he going to start conquering the myriad realms just like that? Did he want to go? Would it be dangerous? It was probably very dangerous. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have dragged him along to travel with him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt conflicted. He was in a dilemma as to whether or not he should participate in this so-called war of the myriad worlds. Just as Wang Mang was in a dilemma, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. Choose to turn a blind eye to the 188th World Conquest. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 1 billion energy points. Celestial treasure. Chest X1. Immortal blind box X1. Mission 2. Participate in the 188th Battle of the Heavens. No matter what the result is, the most important thing is to participate. Mission time. You can get it by participating. Mission reward. 20 billion energy values. Celestial King blind box X1. Celestial King treasure chest X1. Mission 3. Participate in the 188th Battle of the Heavens and successfully pass the first stage. Mission time. You can get it by completing. Mission reward. Free evolution opportunity X1. Celestial King blind box X1. Celestial King treasure chest X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly stunned. Was the system encouraging him to participate? The reward for the first mission was so little. It was obviously encouraging him to participate in the war. After all, the rewards for the second and third missions were so rich. The system's encouragement was obvious at a glance. But the problem was, wasn't the system looking down on him too much? It actually gave him a free evolution opportunity after passing the first stage. Wasn't it looking down on him too much? Could it be that he couldn't even pass the first stage? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little unconvinced. Then Wang Mang pondered for a moment and made a decision. The second and third missions were actually participating in the war. However, the second mission was to pass the time. The third mission was to pass the first stage. The rewards were worlds apart, but Wang Mang was confident that he might not be able to conquer the heavens and realms. But passing the first stage should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Only then did Wang Mang turn his gaze to the ancestral Graygon. To what extent do you want to participate in the battle of the heavens and realms? Ancestral Graygon was stunned at first, then said in astonishment, Of course, I want to go as far as I can. Are you not going to participate in the battle of the heavens and realms? If you don't participate in the battle of the heavens and realms, how can you establish yourself in level 6? Obviously, Ancestral Graygon did not expect Wang Mang to ask him a question. Hearing those words, Wang Mang also realized what was going on. This Ancestral Graygon obviously wanted to go as far as possible in the battle of the heavens and realms. Wang Mang had no objection to this, but he knew himself better than Ancestral Graygon. Wang Mang's current goal was to pass the first stage first. By then, he would see the situation. If possible, Wang Mang would definitely be willing to continue the battle of the heavens and realms. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded and said, Okay, we can be partners, but not sworn brothers. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Graygon's expression eased, and he said indifferently, Okay, do you really think I want to be sworn brothers with you? When are you going to leave? Battle of the heavens and realms? After hearing this, Wang Mang was suddenly stunned. He frowned and said, Are you in such a hurry to battle of the heavens and realms? Or has the battle of the heavens and realms officially begun? Hearing this, Ancestral Graygon frowned and looked at Wang Mang with a puzzled face. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The battle of the heavens and realms has never stopped for a long time. Many prodigies even stay on the battle of the heavens and realms to cultivate their strength through killing. If we go now, we can accumulate more strength before the battle of the heavens and realms officially begins. As long as we are strong enough, we can enter the next stage even before the battle of the heavens and realms begins. After hearing Ancestral Graygon's words, Wang Mang roughly understood. This so-called battle of the heavens and realms. There would always be many prodigies gathering on the battle of the heavens and realms. As for Ancestral Graygon, he wanted to go and battle of the heavens and realms now. Obviously, he wanted to cultivate his strength through killing on the battle of the heavens and realms. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was also a little tempted. That was because he also wanted to kill other prodigies. Thinking of this, Wang Mang pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's go. Shall we set off now? Ancestral Graygon nodded with an unpleasant expression. What else? What's the point of staying in the Sacred Emperor continent? You still want to hunt other prodigies? You're thinking too much. The Sacred Emperor continent is destined to become the hunting ground of the ancient emperor and the strongest prodigies. Once we show ourselves for too long, we'll be targeted by them. Our lives will be in danger. If that's the case, why don't we set off earlier and head to the battle of the heavens and realms? Chapter 784. After hearing Ancestral Graygon's words, Wang Mang pondered for a moment and realized that it was true. Even Wang Mang would feel a little guilty if he was allowed to kill prodigies in the Sacred Emperor continent without any scruples. Moreover, Wang Mang did not forget that the strongest prodigy hunter's job was to hunt prodigies in the Sacred Emperor continent. Obviously, the strongest prodigy hunter would not allow anyone to compete with him for hunting prodigies. In fact, Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon might even be the target of the strongest prodigy hunter for plotting against him. After thinking about it, Wang Mang felt that it was not a bad thing to go to the path of conquest in advance. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang made his decision. All right, let's go. I'm not familiar with it anyway. I'll go with you. We can take care of each other on the path of conquest in the heavens. Ancestral Graygon nodded after hearing Wang Mang's words. In fact, he had not been there either. However, he knew how to go to the path of conquest in the heavens, so there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, after some discussion, the two flew into the depths of the universe outside the Sacred Emperor continent. As for the Sacred Emperor continent, Wang Meng did not plan to return for the time being. He was also prepared to hunt prodigies and see if there were any benefits to be gained. It would be best to increase his strength before considering returning to the Sacred Emperor continent. However, what Wang Meng did not know was, after he left the Sacred Emperor continent, an earthquake had happened in the Sacred Emperor continent. The final battle between the ancient emperor and the strongest prodigy hunter. In the end, the ancient emperor lost to the strongest prodigy hunter and escaped from the Sacred Emperor continent. After that, the strongest prodigy hunter unleashed an unprecedented brutality and killed all the prodigies in the Sacred Emperor continent. Even the remaining members of the strongest prodigy hunter were hunted down by the strongest prodigy hunter. It could be said that the Sacred Emperor continent was in a bloodbath. Even the older generation of emperor gods tried to organize the strongest prodigy hunter. However, without exception, they were all defeated. No one could defeat the strongest prodigy hunter. The entire Sacred Emperor continent fell silent. It had even entered the era of the strongest prodigy hunters. The strongest Sky Pride hunter had killed almost all the Sky Prides in the Sacred Emperor continent. Furthermore, very few prodigies had managed to escape from the Sacred Emperor continent. Fortunately, the strongest prodigy hunter did not massacre the experts of the Sacred Emperor continent. After slaughtering the geniuses of the Sacred Emperor continent, they left the Sacred Emperor continent. Even the people of the Sacred Emperor continent knew about it. The great demon king had left for the path of the myriad worlds. Yes, the great demon king was the title that many people in the Sacred Emperor continent gave to the strongest prodigy hunter. Of course, the news that Wang Meng had wiped out the Buddhists in the Western Heaven realm on his own naturally spread across the Sacred Emperor continent. However, the uproar it caused was overshadowed by the great demon king's actions in the Sacred Emperor continent. Similarly, the news of Wang Meng's escape from the Sacred Emperor continent could not be hidden from the people of the Sacred Emperor continent. Therefore, many people could not help but sigh. Wang Meng and the ancestral Graygon had really run away quickly. If they had not left, they would have definitely been killed by the great demon king. Compared to the other topics of conversation in the Sacred Emperor continent, when the three forefathers of the all-demons sacred land heard the news, they were both happy and helpless. They were happy that Wang Meng had escaped death. They were helpless because Wang Meng had probably left for the path of the myriad worlds. It was not difficult to guess at all. The final destination of the Sacred Emperor continent's prodigies was to embark on the path of the myriad worlds. However, in the end, most of them went with high spirits, but only a few returned. Moreover, even if they did return, most of them were either beaten to death, injured, or on the verge of death. It could be said that in the history of the Sacred Emperor continent, only one utmost exalted had successfully returned. However, he had also passed away in the millions of mountains. Because of this, all the factions in the Sacred Emperor continent, for the prodigies nurtured by their own factions, they hoped that they would go on the path of the myriad worlds. However, they did not want them to go on the path of the myriad worlds. This was also because the mortality rate of going on the path of the myriad worlds was too high. It could be said that it was almost 90%. The last 10% would still be severely injured and on the verge of death. This was also the reason why the three forefathers of the all-demons sacred land were happy and helpless. Now, they could only hope that Wang Meng could return alive. It was worth mentioning that the all-demons sacred land had not nurtured a prodigy to go on the path of the myriad worlds for a long time. Now that Wang Meng had appeared, They did not know if he could return alive. At the same time, time flew. Half a month later, in a boundless universe, the relationship between Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon had eased up a lot. After all, the two of them had encountered many enemies in the past half a month on the road. However, these enemies were not worth mentioning to Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon. In the end, they passed through them easily. Naturally, their relationship was much better than before. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was traveling, said tiredly, "Old dragon, how much longer do we have? You didn't go in the wrong direction this time, right?" Ancestral Gregon looked at the map for a while and said confidently, "Don't be anxious. This time, we definitely didn't go in the wrong direction. If we continue to travel, we will definitely reach the path of the myriad worlds." Hearing this, Wang Mang could not say anything. After taking the map from Ancestral Gregon and looking at it, he nodded helplessly. Then, the two of them began to travel again. This was because, according to Ancestral Gregon's map, the nearest path of the myriad worlds was about 10 days to half a month away. Only by entering the path of the myriad worlds could they go on the path of the myriad worlds. Along the way, it was worth mentioning that Wang Mang and the others really did encounter many experts. Among them, the number of immortal emperors was the highest. They could often see stage 5 immortal emperors flying freely in the universe. There were also many sage emperors and god emperors, but most of them would not interact with each other. This was because once they did, it was definitely not a good thing. Fortunately, although Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon were not strong, they were not weak either. Basically, no one would dare to provoke these two god emperor level experts. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. At this moment, Ancestral Gregon and Wang Mang finally arrived in front of the path of the myriad worlds. Not far away, there was a door made of light, and the surrounding universe space was distorted. Not only that, they could also see many powerful geniuses rushing in from time to time. The weakest of these geniuses was sage emperors, and their battle strength was even more abnormal. Almost all of them had the battle strength of peak sage emperors. Moreover, these were only the weakest ones. Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon stood there for a while. They saw a few geniuses enter the hole. Obviously, this was the path of the myriad worlds that they were looking for. At the same time, at this moment, Ancestral Gregon was also full of excitement. "It's really not easy. Let's go in quickly. I can't wait to slaughter those ants." Chapter 785. Upon hearing that, Wang Mang's exhausted expression was replaced with excitement. Wasn't the reason why he had participated in the path of conquest precisely to slaughter prodigies? After all, which place had the most prodigies? The path of conquest must be the path of conquest. After all the rank 5 prodigies in the path of conquest were gathered here. How many prodigies were there? It was unimaginable. Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon looked at each other and rushed toward the All Heavens portal at the same time. In the next instant, the two of them stepped into the All Heavens portal. Following that, Wang Mang felt his entire body go dizzy. When they opened their eyes again, Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon were stunned. It was a road of ruins that looked desolate. There were also countless damaged buildings nearby. The law of the Tao energy in the surroundings was very rich. It was many times stronger than the Sacred Emperor continent. One should know that most of the energy in the Sacred Emperor continent was immortal qi. However, this unfamiliar place was dominated by the law of the Tao energy. The spatial barrier was indestructible. Wang Mang even guessed that even a rank 6 powerhouse would not be able to break the spatial barrier here. That also meant that the spatial barrier here should be at the peak of rank 6. In other words, it was impossible to break the barrier here without the strength of a rank 6 powerhouse. In that case, even Wang Mang and the other prodigies would not be able to tear open space and use space travel. In this world, perhaps flying was the only way to do so. It was impossible to tear open space or cross realms like in the sacred Emperor continent. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed that there were many figures flying toward a city in front of them. Could that be 10 World City? However, after thinking about it seriously, Wang Mang ruled out that possibility. How could he pass the first stage so easily? There was a city in front, but it was definitely not 10 World City. At that moment, Ancestral Gregon spoke slowly. Let's go. Let's go to the city in front and ask about the situation. Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded and followed Ancestral Gregon to the city ahead. When Wang Mang arrived at the city, he saw many geniuses waiting outside the city gates. There were also some inns on both sides of the road. Many prodigies were drinking tea and chatting in the inns. However, after careful observation, Wang Mang realized that these prodigies were not very powerful. Most of them were peak stage Saint Emperors or First Heaven God Emperors. There were not many second Sky God Emperors among them. Wang Mang only saw 3 to 5 of them. Other than that, it was worth mentioning that even the weakest of these geniuses were at the exceptional level. In other words, if he could kill the hundreds of Sky Prides here, it would be worth quite a bit of talent points. Of course, Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon didn't know the rules of this unfamiliar place, so they wanted to figure out the situation first. I'll ask around later and find out if we can fight here. If we can make a move, we'll kill them. We'll split the number of people equally. At this moment, Ancestral Gregon transmitted a message to Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded imperceptibly. Then, Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon walked up. After arriving at the inn, Wang Mang found a seat and sat down. He called out, "Give me a pot of hot tea." The waiter of the inn replied with a smile, "All right." After that, the waiter brought a pot of hot tea over. "Enjoy, sir." After that, the waiter prepared to leave. Wang Mang said softly, "Wait." The young waiter was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Sir, you want to know the rules here, right?" Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded. Seeing that, the waiter rubbed his hands and smiled. "Do you have a talent stone?" "Talent stone? What's that?" Could it be the currency here? Wang Mang, who was confused, couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing that, the waiter was stunned. Then he sneered in disdain. "No, what are you asking for? Get out." After that, the waiter picked up the pot of tea on the table. Seeing that, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. Then it was replaced with rage. Although the waiter was also a peerless genius, his combat power was only at the 7th heaven of the Sage Emperor realm. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't take him seriously. But this guy dared to be so arrogant in front of him. At this moment, the other geniuses in the inn also looked over. However, Wang Mang didn't care about that at all. He suppressed his anger and didn't attack. That was because, in Wang Mang's opinion, this guy must have a trump card to be so arrogant. Thinking of that, Wang Mang suppressed his anger and asked the other geniuses in the inn beside him, "Everyone, what exactly is this so-called heavenly talent stone?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, the other geniuses ignored Wang Mang. At this moment, a slightly skinny young genius said, "That's not the case. The so-called talent stone is a stone refined with the essence of a peerless genius's flesh and blood. A peerless genius can be refined into a talent stone. After consuming it, you will receive 1 talent point." Hearing that, Wang Mang came to a realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Although he knew that the path of conquering the various worlds would be very cruel, he didn't expect it to be so cruel. However, Wang Mang soon calmed down. Then he waved at the young genius. Brother, if you don't mind, can you tell me more about it? Hearing that, the young genius stood up and walked over to him under the surprised gazes of the crowd. After sitting opposite Wang Mang, the young genius smiled and said, "What else do you want to know?" Wang Mang asked softly, "What are the rules here?" The young genius was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "The rule here is that the strong ones are respected. There are no absolute rules. As long as you are not in the city, and as long as you are powerful enough, you can kill anyone on the spot. As for the common currency, it is the talent stone that I mentioned just now." Hearing that, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, "Then why is this waiter so arrogant?" The young genius smiled and said, "It's because there is a peak-level emperor god behind the inn." After hearing that, Wang Mang was stunned. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. It turned out that there was a peak-level emperor god behind him. In that case, everything made sense. However, Wang Mang soon thought of the key point. He asked again, "Can I come out after entering the city?" Hearing that, the young genius smiled and said, "That's right. After entering the city, you can't go back. Going back is equivalent to giving up the chance to continue conquering the universe." Hearing this, Wang Mang came to a sudden realization. He finally understood the general rules. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang forcefully suppressed his restless heart and asked, "Then why don't these guys enter the city? Who is behind them?" Hearing that, the young genius smiled brightly and said, "They are all rogue cultivators who are not confident in themselves. They want to kill some weak geniuses to build up their strength." Hearing that, Wang Mang's heart moved, and he immediately had an idea. At that moment, Ancestral Gragon, who was not far away, sent a message to Wang Mang. "Wang Mang, go to the city gate later and block the entrance to the city. I will set up a space barrier and devour these geniuses together. Once we succeed, you and I will definitely gain a lot of talent points." Chapter 786. After hearing Ancestral Gragon's words, Wang Mang could not help but laugh in his heart. He also wanted to kill these guys. After all, among the crowd of geniuses present, there were many peerless and unparalleled geniuses. If he could kill them, Wang Mang would definitely become an unparalleled genius. More importantly, if he could devour such a group of geniuses, he would gain a lot of energy. With that thought, Wang Mang slowly stood up and smiled at the young man. "Thank you for your reminder." After that, Wang Mang walked towards the city gate. This scene attracted the attention of many geniuses. Many of the Sky Prides even started to mock him. Does this guy think that his battle strength of a third Sky God Emperor is enough to stand his ground? When he enters the city, he will realize that his battle strength of a third Sky God Emperor is just SOSO. It's a pity that his battle strength is neither strong nor weak. If he is weak, we can kill him. What are you thinking about? He has the battle strength of a third Sky God Emperor. Even if he uses a treasure. So what? He will still become a commoner after entering the city. That's right. There are so many geniuses. He is just a peerless genius. It will be too difficult for him to stand his ground. The discussions of the geniuses naturally fell into Wang Mang's ears. Wang Mang smiled lightly and paid no attention to this. Under the gaze of many geniuses, Wang Mang walked to the city gate and stopped. At the same time, Ancestral Gragon, who had been prepared for a long time, smiled. After that, he and Wang Mang looked at each other and attacked. In the next moment, Wang Mang struck out with all his might. The terrifying power of the law of space filled the area. At the same time, Ancestral Gragon struck out with both of his palms. A space enchantment that they had set up together appeared in the sky. Moreover, if one observed carefully, they would realize that the space enchantment set up by Wang Mang and Ancestral Gragon was extremely sturdy. At the sight of this, the group of geniuses who were calmly drinking tea in the inn were stunned. Following this, the geniuses rose from their seats and glared at Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon. They weren't fools. After Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon joined forces to seal the spatial barrier, they immediately followed Wang Mang. They guessed that Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon were obviously harboring ill intentions towards them. For a moment, many heavenly prides looked at Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon warily and coldly. Are the two of you really going to attack us? Do you know that we all have people behind us? That's right. My big brother in the city is a middle stage god, Emperor, Heaven Pride. I dare you to touch me. If you dare to attack us, the strongest sky prides of the heaven-shaking continent will never let you off. Don't overestimate yourself. You think you can kill us with just your strength? Do you really think we're afraid of you? After hearing these words, Wang Mang immediately nodded and said, "Let's do it. There are 38 heavenly prides here. The two of us will take 19 each." After finishing his words, Wang Mang took the lead to attack. His figure moved as fast as lightning. After that, Wang Mang took the lead to attack the few unparalleled heavenly prides. Even though unparalleled heavenly prides and exceptional heavenly prides had the same combat strength, unparalleled heavenly prides and exceptional heavenly prides had different innate talents. Because of this, Wang Mang naturally took the lead to attack the unparalleled heavenly prides. After all, there weren't many unparalleled heavenly prides in this group. There were only about 10 of them. The rest were all exceptional heavenly prides. Seeing Wang Mang rush over, many of the prodigies were shocked and furious. They shouted angrily, "How dare you!" At the same time, many heavenly prides displayed their divine abilities and suppressed Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered and rushed forward without any resistance. He didn't even try to block them. This also completely stunned all the heavenly prides. This is too arrogant, directly ignoring the divine ability they had unleashed with all their might. While everyone was still in shock, a series of deafening sounds were heard. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Mang directly rushed out of the divine abilities that covered the sky. Moreover, he rushed towards them at an even more terrifying speed. Seeing this, the geniuses were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. They really couldn't understand why Wang Mang couldn't cause any damage to their divine abilities. However, they didn't have time to think. Wang Mang instantly transformed into a giant python and opened his bloody mouth, trying to swallow them completely. Seeing this, the heavenly prides were even more shocked and angry. They all wanted to dodge. However, at this moment, they discovered another problem. The ancestral dragon also transformed into a black dragon and opened his bloody mouth, trying to swallow them in one gulp. For a moment, it could be said that there was a dragon in front and a python in the back. They couldn't wait to swallow them in one gulp. This caused many of the geniuses to panic and flee for their lives. However, even though they were fast at dodging, Wang Mang's attack was even faster. He quickly seized the opportunity and swallowed the two sky prides, who were slower to react, into his bloody mouth. At the same time, the system's voice was heard, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a fourth heaven of Holy Emperor Peerless Genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 40 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 10 talent points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a fifth heaven of Holy Emperor Peerless Genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 talent points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang became even more excited. A peerless prodigy would be able to obtain 50 days' worth of experience points. He had to take care of these peerless geniuses. In his excitement, Wang Mang immediately twisted his huge body and attacked the heavenly prides again. Moreover, Wang Mang relied on the strength of the ancient demon tyrannical body and did not defend himself at all. He was like a greedy snake. If he was lucky, he could catch 2 heavenly prides in one bite. Moreover, after seeing Wang Mang devouring the heavenly prides so crazily, Ancestral Gregon was obviously anxious. He relied on his strength and imitated Wang Mang's unstoppable manner. He opened his mouth and pounced on those heavenly prides. Unfortunately, Ancestral Gregon soon met with a tragedy. That was because so many heavenly prides used their divine powers to counterattack. There were even God Emperor level heavenly prides using their divine powers. Under the bombardment of these divine powers that filled the sky, Ancestral Gregon did not eat any heavenly prides at all. Instead, the heavenly prides were in a sorry state. Moreover, after a few times, these heavenly prides immediately realized something was wrong. Then many heavenly prides shouted one after another, "Everyone, be careful! Don't attack this black python." Facing the giant python, we should focus on dodging. It seems to be able to ignore any of our attacks. Everyone, concentrate your firepower and attack this black dragon together. This dragon is weaker. Let's work together to kill it first. Chapter 787. Obviously, these paragons were not fools. They concentrated their firepower on Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon. However, Wang Mang was unscathed. That was not normal at all. In comparison, Ancestral Gregon was more normal. He was injured under their attacks. Therefore, they determined the problem in just a few breaths. It was the difference between the black python and the black dragon. It was obvious that this black dragon was weaker. Therefore, when facing Wang Mang, they were helpless. Their thoughts were surprisingly the same. First, they should join forces to kill this black dragon. Kill the weak one, then find a way to kill the strong one. Pick the weak one. At the same time, after Ancestral Gregon heard the words of these paragons, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? He was weaker? He was weaker. Could it be that this group of geniuses were blind? How was he weaker than Wang Mang? In the past, he could suppress Wang Mang at any time. Now, in the eyes of these paragons, he was weaker? This was simply too insulting and not harmful at all. In an instant, Ancestral Gregon was even more furious. He swore to let this group of ants know how powerful he was. However, at this moment, the paragon's eyes were red as they roared. "Slay the dragon! Slay this dragon first. We will think of a way to deal with the black python. Slay the dragon! Slay the dragon! Let's attack together and slay this black dragon first." In an instant, many paragons shouted, "Slay the dragon!" This also angered Ancestral Gregon. After letting out a dragon roar, he rushed towards the paragons in a frenzy. Seeing this scene, many paragons no longer held back and hurriedly used their divine abilities on Ancestral Gregon. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept towards the ancestral dragon like raindrops. Roar, roar. A dragon roar sounded. Ancestral Gregon also charged forward bravely. Although these ants could cause harm to him, however, they were not enough to threaten his life. Moreover, in his anger, he rushed towards the group of paragons. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the deafening sound of divine abilities bombarding could be heard. The ancestral dragon, who had withstood so many divine powers, had his blood splattered all over the sky. his gigantic dragon body, was covered in blood and injuries. Clearly, these divine abilities were not easy to resist. Even though his strength had reached the third sky of Emperor God realm, if he did not block or evade, he would be in a miserable state. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw this scene. To be honest, Wang Mang almost laughed out loud. The group of Sky Prides could tell that the ancestral Gregon was easier to bully. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered their firepower to kill the ancestral Gregon first. However, this also created a better opportunity for Wang Mang to make his move. Wang Mang swayed his huge body and charged towards the group of Sky Prides. Seeing this, many Sky Prides scattered in panic. However, there were still two geniuses that Wang Mang managed to grab hold of. He didn't even have time to react before he was swallowed by Wang Mang. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a peerless genius of the fifth heaven of Saint Emperor. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 50 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 10 talent points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a peerless genius of the fifth heaven of Saint Emperor. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 50 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 10 talent points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was still unmoved. He once again swung his body crazily and charged towards the group of Sky Prides. He had only devoured 4 Sky Prides. This did not reach Wang Mang's goal. If possible, Wang Mang wanted to devour more Sky Prides. Unfortunately, facing Wang Mang's charge, these Sky Prides were helpless. Instead, they vented their anger on the ancestral Gregon. This also led to the ancestral Gregon had only devoured 1 peerless genius. However, Wang Mang had already devoured 4 Sky Prides. Although the ancestral Gregon saw all of this, however, most of them were helpless. He was very sullen and angry. At the same time, he was also envious of Wang Mang's divine ability. The level of one's battle prowess would be able to ignore any attacks of the same level. This divine ability might seem insignificant in front of those who were stronger than Wang Mang. However, when one's strength was the same as Wang Mang's, one could truly understand how heaven-defying this divine ability was. For example, in the current situation, Wang Mang could do whatever he wanted, but the ancestral Gregon was encountering obstacles everywhere. In comparison, the ancestral Gregon's sullenness and anger could be imagined. Of course, Wang Mang knew that the ancestral Gregon would be sullen, but he pretended not to know. He continued to charge towards this group of Sky Prides. Sometimes he would fail. However, after a few times, there would definitely be times when he succeeded. For example, after Wang Mang charged towards this group of Sky Prides for the 3rd time, he directly devoured 3 Sky Prides who could not dodge in time. Accompanied by shrill screams. These 3 Sky Prides were completely devoured by Wang Mang and died. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 6th heaven of Holy Emperor, an unparalleled Sky Pride. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 60 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 50 talent points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 7th heaven of Holy Emperor, an unparalleled Sky Pride. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 70 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 10 talent points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a seventh heaven of Holy Emperor, an unparalleled sky pride. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 60 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 50 talent points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely excited. He felt that he had completely gone crazy from killing. Just the sky prides outside the city had provided him with an unimaginable amount of talent points. If he devoured all of them, Wang Mang felt that he could even reach legendary sky prides. After all, one unparalleled sky pride could provide him with 50 days of talent points. In fact, Wang Mang did not even dare to imagine how many sky prides there were in the city. However, Wang Mang did not need to guess to know that there were definitely more sky prides than the sky prides outside the city. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more excited. After killing these sky prides, he would enter the city. Wouldn't he go crazy from killing? Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even crazier. He swayed his huge body and opened his bloody mouth. He began to kill this group of sky prides in a frenzy. This also made this group of sky prides feel bitter. They did not know what had happened to Wang Mang that made him so crazy. He killed again and again, not giving them a chance to breathe at all. That was because the space sealed by the space barrier was not big to begin with. Therefore, no matter how they dodged, it was still difficult for them to escape from Wang Mang's killing. 30 minutes later, another few screams were heard. Many sky prides avoided Wang Mang's killing with lingering fear. They saw that another 3 sky prides had been devoured by Wang Mang. At the same time, the system's voice was heard continuously. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a sky pride of the 8th heaven. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 80 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 10 points of talent points. Oh, ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a sky pride of the 5th heaven. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 50 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 50 points of talent points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a sky pride of the 7th heaven. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 70 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 10 points of talent points. Chapter 788. At the same time, at this moment, the elites in the city, obviously, they had also sensed the commotion outside the city. Many geniuses in the city had gathered at the city gate. Then many geniuses saw a scene that made them envious and enraged. They saw a giant dragon and a giant python in the space-enchanted boundary crazily pouncing on those elites. One by one, the elites fell into their bloody mouths. Among them, Wang Mang was the one who received the most attention. That was because Wang Mang was really killing too crazily. Just the prodigies in the city alone saw more than a dozen prodigies being swallowed into Wang Mang's bloody mouth. All of a sudden, the elites in the city started discussing, "This guy really deserves to die. He killed so many elites when he just arrived." That's right. He killed all these elites and made us wait for so long in vain. These 2 guys really don't know what's good for them. How dare they snatch the meat from our mouths? Who's willing to go out and kill him? I'll give you 50 talent stones. I really can't stand it anymore. If you go out and kill them, we'll raise 100 talent stones for you. How about that? Ha ha. Are you King dreaming? If you leave the city, you'll lose the chance to conquer the universe. I only regret entering the city too early. If I stayed outside the city, These elites would all be my food. That's right. Back then, I didn't know anything, and I didn't even know the rules. In the end, I entered the city in a daze. What's the use of regretting now? Now that you've entered the city, you won't have the chance to regret. Otherwise, you could have blocked the gate for a period of time, and you definitely have a bountiful harvest. Obviously, many elites were very envious of Wang Mang blocking the gate and killing those elites. At the same time, they were also somewhat regretful that they entered the city too early. Otherwise, all these elites would be their food. Now that they saw Wang Mang and Ancestral Gregon killing those elites, they couldn't help but be envious and jealous. At the same time, at this moment, Wang Mang, he was still killing elites in the space-enchanted boundary. After so long, he had gone completely mad from the killing. This was also the first time he had killed a prodigy, and it was the first time he had killed one so happily. As for how much talent he had gained to tell the truth, Wang Mang couldn't even remember it clearly. This was because every time he killed a genius, he would gain talent points. But how many geniuses had he killed? Wang Mang couldn't even remember. At this moment, Wang Mang successfully killed another 2 prodigies. The system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 6th heavenly layer Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 60 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 points of talent. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 5th heaven Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 talent points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was still like a madman, preparing to continue killing those prodigies. Suddenly, Wang Mang heard Ancestral Gregon's angry voice. Wang Mang, stop right there. You've King killed 21 prodigies. The rest are mine. Don't kill them. Hearing that, Wang Mang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, he raised his head and looked at the remaining 13 prodigies in front of him. Yes, originally there were almost 40 prodigies. Now, there were less than 13 prodigies left. In other words, he had already killed half of the prodigies. According to his agreement with Ancestral Gregon, each of them would kill 19 prodigies. But he had killed 21 prodigies, which meant that he had also killed 2 of Ancestral Gregon's prodigies. Of course, if it was someone else, it might be awkward. However, Wang Mang's eyes turned, and he said, duty-bound, Brother Ancestral Gregon, I'm really angry. These guys are too presumptuous. They don't take you seriously at all, Brother Ancestral Gregon. How dare they all attack you? Brother Ancestral Gregon, I'll help you kill all these prodigies and teach them a lesson. After saying that, Wang Mang began to kill the dozen or so prodigies again. Seeing this, Ancestral Gregon was furious and roared, "Stop it!" At the same time, Ancestral Gregon was even more furious. He stopped attacking those prodigies. Moreover, in a fit of rage, Ancestral Gregon directly attacked Wang Mang and spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath lava. In the next moment, something happened that made Ancestral Gregon even more furious and aggrieved. Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. This terrifying dragon breath landed on Wang Mang's body, but it was completely ineffective. In fact, it only slowed down Wang Mang's speed of killing those prodigies. Obviously, the divine power attack that he cast with all his might posed no threat to Wang Mang at all. More importantly, even though Ancestral Gregon attacked Wang Mang still pretended to be dumb. This immediately made Ancestral Gregon fly into a rage. He had never seen such a shameless person. At this moment, another scream was heard. Another prodigy instantly died in Wang Mang's bloody mouth. Seeing this, Ancestral Graygon completely panicked and roared, "No! No! Wang Mang, you better stop right there." While speaking, Ancestral Graygon also began to kill those prodigies in a frenzy. A few hours later, in the enchantment, the dozen or so prodigies also died tragically. However, in the end, a total of 4 prodigies fell into Wang Mang's mouth. In other words, Wang Mang devoured a total of 26 prodigies. There were only 38 prodigies in total, but Wang Mang killed 26 of them. There were only 12 prodigies in Ancestral Graygon's mouth. Of course, compared to the furious Ancestral Graygon, Wang Mang, on the other hand, transformed back into his human form in satisfaction. He looked like he had more to do, which made Ancestral Graygon even more furious. Wang Mang naturally saw the furious Ancestral Graygon. Wang Mang asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Ancestral Graygon, what's wrong with you?" Ancestral Graygon said with a ferocious expression, "What's wrong? 38 prodigies. I only ate 12 prodigies. You still King ask me what's wrong? Are you still pretending to be dumb with me?" Hearing this, Wang Mang said helplessly, "Brother Ancestral Graygon, you can't blame me for this. I didn't count how many prodigies I killed. Besides, these ants actually concentrated their firepower on you. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I couldn't help but attack. After all, we are brothers. I can't just watch my brothers get bullied, right?" Chapter 789. Hearing Wang Mang's shameless words, even Ancestral Graygon laughed out of anger. How could he say such a shameless thing in such a righteous manner? It could be said that he had experienced Wang Mang's shamelessness. After a sneer, Ancestral Graygon's face was very gloomy. After a long time, he said coldly, after a long while, he said coldly, "Take care of yourself. If you dare to do this again, we will go our separate ways." Hearing that, Wang Mang said with disappointment, "Brother Ancestral Graygon, you really disappoint me. I treat you like a brother, but you treat me like this. Didn't I just help you kill a few prodigies? A few prodigies are enough for you to fall out with me?" Ancestral Graygon roared angrily, "What do you mean by a few prodigies? You've killed twice as many prodigies as I have. How many prodigies have you snatched from me? Don't you have any idea?" Wang Mang laughed and said helplessly, Okay, I know. Just take it as my apology to you." After Wang Mang said that, Ancestral Graygon finally felt much better. Then, Ancestral Graygon said coldly, "I'm going to find a place to digest what I've gained this time. I think you're also going to digest what you've gained, right? When the time comes, the two of us can just gather here." After that, Ancestral Graygon flew towards the barren forest in the distance. That was because there were only 100 million roads leading to the city on this road. The rest of the roads were all ruins and endless wilderness. Seeing that, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he also prepared to fly in the other direction to find a place to digest what he had gained. But at that moment, a voice sounded, "Fellow cultivator, remember not to stray too far from this road in the city. The further you go, the more dangerous it is. Prodigies often die in unknown corners." Hearing that, Wang Mang was stunned and looked at the prodigy in surprise. This young prodigy was none other than the young prodigy who had conversed with Wang Mang at the inn. Wang Mang let him go because of that. Other than him, there was also the innkeeper and a few waiters. Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon didn't kill them either. Similarly, the young prodigy had warned Wang Mang out of goodwill because Wang Mang hadn't attacked him. Hearing this, Wang Mang pondered for a moment, then nodded and smiled. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? The young heaven's favorite was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, Duan Lang. Wang Mang nodded slightly, then flew towards the forest in the distance. Half an hour later, in the end, Wang Mang finally found a hidden cave in the forest. Wang Mang immediately prepared to enter, but he suddenly felt a spatial enchantment near the cave. This caused Wang Mang to be stunned at first. Then he asked in surprise and puzzlement, could there be someone inside? Hearing this, Wang Mang raised his hand and struck the cave barrier with all his might. Rumble! Under Wang Mang's terrifying full-force palm strike, Li Chia was stunned. It didn't break the enchantment. This immediately made Wang Mang even more surprised. Damn it! Could there really be someone inside? Or a secret realm? Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to attack the enchantment with all his might. This enchantment wasn't too strong for Wang Mang. As long as he tried his best, he should be able to break it in a few minutes. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that there was a young heaven's favorite cultivating in seclusion in the cave. Moreover, he was at the critical moment of breaking through to the next realm. But after Wang Mang bombarded the spatial enchantment, the young heaven's favorite, who was in seclusion with his eyes closed, began to look pale. Obviously, even in the state of seclusion, he could feel that someone was bombarding the enchantment. Therefore, he began to break through to the next realm with all his might, and the terrifying power of the law began to fluctuate. Obviously, he wanted to break through to the next realm at once and advance further. At the same time, he swore that after breaking through to the next realm, he would tear this guy who was harassing him into pieces. But at this moment, a loud noise was heard. Rumble! Under the bombardment of Wang Mang's terrifying palm of the law, the enchantment was broken. Finally, the enchantment couldn't bear the burden and was blasted open. Bang! The terrifying aftershock swept through the entire cave. This also made the young heaven's favorite, who was in seclusion, turn as pale as snow. Splurt! A mouthful of blood was spat out from the young heaven's favorite's mouth. He opened his eyes with a ferocious expression and roared into the sky. Who is it? At the critical moment of my breakthrough, you caused me to fail on the verge of success. I don't care who you are. I'll tear you to shreds. At the same time, the young heaven's favorite slapped the ground and rushed out of the cave. In the next moment, the young heaven's favorite, who rushed out of the cave, saw that there was no one outside. This immediately made the young heaven's favorite completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the guy who was harassing him to break through to the next realm would run away so quickly. But he was still able to find the direction Wang Mang escaped in from the aura left behind in the vicinity. This heaven's favorite couldn't wait to kill the guy who caused him to fail in his breakthrough. But in order to stabilize the aftereffects of failing to break through to the next realm, he could only resist the urge to chase after Wang Mang. Then, the young heaven's favorite set up the enchantment again and went back into the cave. At the same time, on the other hand, in the barren forest, Wang Mang was looking for a new cave. This was because after he blasted open the enchantment previously, he immediately felt it. The heaven's favorite, who was in seclusion inside, had already reached the fourth heaven of the Emperor God realm. Therefore, Wang Mang chose to leave without hesitation. Fortunately, he left quickly. Otherwise, that guy would definitely not let him go so easily. After all, Wang Mang also knew that he caused the other party to fail in breaking through to the next realm. This kind of enmity was even greater than the hatred of killing one's father. Wang Mang admitted that if someone else destroyed his chance of breaking through to the next realm, then Wang Mang would definitely not let that guy go. Of course, Wang Mang didn't feel guilty. After all, this guy's strength was too strong. It was not bad to disturb his breakthrough. Otherwise, once this guy broke through to the fifth heaven of the Emperor God realm. He was also a threat to him. Moreover, Wang Mang still decided to wait until he broke through to the next realm. He would continue to block the city gate with ancestral Gragon and continue to hunt heaven's favorites. Half an hour later, Wang Mang finally found another hidden cave. Moreover, there was no one in this cave. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't wait to go in. After entering the cave, Wang Mang also set up an enchantment. Then, Wang Mang couldn't wait to sit cross-legged in the cave and said in his heart, "System, open my personal information," because Wang Mang also wanted to see how much energy had he accumulated now. Of course, the most important thing was his talent. The next moment, his personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be, ancestor Wanma. Type, ancient demonic python, limit 800 meters. Realm, sixth heaven of the Emperor God realm. Peerless genius. Physique, HP 26,000, length 720 meters, with 35 meters, weight 110 million tons. Top divine ability. Ancient demon tyrant body, perfection. Devour God mantra, perfection. 3 lives supreme Buddha, perfection. Wrath of the demon god, perfection. Space. 1 bottle of forgotten love water, 1 saint falling pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, meteor god cannon, immortal king treasure chest X1. Immortal king blind box X1. Equipment. Top world multicolored stone X1. Divine martial sword. Immortal emperor mask. Saint emperor mask. Talent 710. Energy 27. 1 billion/60 billion. Chapter 790. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was over the moon. He did not expect to obtain so many talent points. He had obtained a total of 600 talent points. This was definitely the most talent points that Wang Mang had ever obtained in his entire life. This was enough for him to easily level up and become an unparalleled paragon. Moreover, even if he leveled up to become an unparalleled paragon, he still had a lot of talent points left. Other than that, his energy points had also accumulated to 27 billion. If his luck was good, there was still a slight chance of successfully breaking through with the 2 treasure chests. At the thought of this, Wang Mang was instantly in a good mood. Then, he silently said in his heart, "System, open the immortal king-level treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the immortal king-level treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 2 billion energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 900 million energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 450 million energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 550 million energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained Ji Gong's leg stretching pill." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a dress of the ancestor emperor." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a one-time top-notch rank 5 bad luck card." Note, a one-time top-notch rank 5 bad luck card. Once used, if the target's ability does not exceed rank 6, they will fall into an extremely unlucky state for 24 hours. If light, they will be seriously injured. If heavy, they will be in danger of dying. Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a one-time top-notch rank 5 good luck card." Note, a one-time top-notch rank 5 bad luck card. Once used, if the target's ability does not exceed rank 6, they will fall into an extremely unlucky state for 24 hours. If light, they will be lucky. If heavy, they will be blessed with good luck. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He even felt a little incredulous. That was because this celestial king-grade treasure chest was too powerful. It could be said that this was the most powerful celestial king-grade treasure chest in history. Thinking of this, Wang Mang almost couldn't hold back his tears. The immortal king-grade treasure chest that he had cheated for so long finally exploded. Moreover, he was given a top-notch stage 5 bad luck card and good luck card. If he were to open a celestial king-grade blind box, he would use a top-notch tier 5 good luck card. Needless to say, the celestial king-grade blind boxes would definitely explode, and all of them would definitely be good stuff. Wang Mang had no doubts about this. This was because this was a top-notch stage 5 good luck card. The good luck cards that he had obtained in the past had no grade. However, the good luck card and bad luck card that were open this time were both top-notch stage 5. With this thought, Wang Mang fell into a dilemma. Should he use the tier 5 single-use good luck card? If he didn't use it, Wang Mang really didn't have the confidence that he would be able to obtain enough energy to evolve in the following celestial king-grade blind boxes. After all, the amount of energy he had accumulated was only 40 billion energy points. He was still 20 billion energy points away from evolving. However, the celestial king-grade blind boxes in the past were indeed very powerful. However, he couldn't open the possibility of 20 billion energy points. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang finally decided to use it. After all, he was now on the path of conquering the heavens and realms. The stronger his strength increased, the safer it would be, and the more prodigies he could hunt down. He would always be strong. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, use a top-notch stage 5 good luck card. Use target, Wang Mang." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully used a top-notch stage 5 good luck card. Ding. Review prompt. Half an hour later, the host will enter a state of extreme luck for 24 hours. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then, Wang Mang waited for an hour. Wang Mang then silently said in his heart, "System, open the celestial king-grade blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the celestial king-grade blind box." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 10 billion energy points." F***CK. Was this the effect of a top-notch stage 5 good luck card? After hearing the system's first lottery draw, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. He thought that if he used the top-notch good luck card, the celestial king-grade blind box would definitely be very powerful. However, he didn't expect that the first lottery draw would be so successful. In fact, Wang Mang even suspected that if he used the top-notch good luck card, and celestial king-grade blind box might be enough for him to evolve. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, Wang Mang also began to look forward to the next lottery draw. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 15 billion energy points." After hearing the system's second lottery draw, Wang Mang was elated again. Not bad, not bad. Every lottery draw was really more awesome than the previous one. In an instant, Wang Mang had enough evolution points. He would even have 5 billion energy points left after evolution. Moreover, the next lottery draw, Wang Mang was certain of this with confidence. It would definitely not disappoint him. True enough. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 20 billion energy points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was simply thrilled. Indeed, there were more and more prizes every time. If things continued like this, then Wang Meng simply couldn't imagine how much energy points he would get. At the same time, Wang Meng also understood a problem. This top-notch Stage 5 good luck card was indeed a good thing. At the thought of this, Wang Meng secretly made up his mind. If there was a chance, he would definitely accumulate more top-notch Stage 5 good luck cards. This thing could be used to open the blind box treasure chest or anything else. As for the one-off top-notch Stage 5 bad luck card, Wang Meng had used this thing several times. This thing was a good trump card to attack the enemy. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 25 billion. Awesome! Awesome! The system was really awesome. This was a top-notch Stage 5 good luck card. It indeed lived up to its reputation. Currently, Wang Meng's accumulated energy points had already reached 110 billion. What did this mean? Even after Wang Meng evolved, he still had 50 billion energy points left. For a moment, Wang Meng was extremely excited. Could it be that this was an Immortal King level blind box? It could give him enough energy points to evolve twice in a row. At the thought of this, Wang Meng was looking forward to the next lottery draw. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 3. Chapter 791. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 30 billion hell coins. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Meng was instantly disappointed. He thought that the Immortal King level blind box would continue to go against the world. In the end, it gave him 30 billion hell coins. He didn't need this thing. Fortunately, Wang Meng was mentally prepared. Even if he used a top-notch 5th stage good luck card, it was impossible for all of them to give heaven-defying energy values. Therefore, Wang Meng quickly adjusted his mentality. Then, he began to look forward to the next prize. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 talent points. What the F***CK? This is way too little. Even if it's just talent points, it should be more. System, continue to go against the world for me. I still want to evolve twice. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 30 talent points. Damn, this was too much of a scam. Wang Meng was a little speechless. He still wanted to rely on an Immortal King level blind box to activate the energy values for 2 evolutions. In the end, it didn't give him any energy values. And this was with the blessing of the top-notch 5th stage good luck card. This made Wang Meng somewhat helpless. Just as Wang Meng was feeling depressed, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 talent points. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Meng suddenly felt very regretful. But he knew that this Immortal King level blind box was already very impressive. After all, this Immortal King level blind box gave him 70 billion energy values. But just as Wang Meng thought that the announcement was over, the system's voice sounded for the 9th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 billion energy values. After hearing this voice, Wang Meng was first stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh. This was because the Celestial King grade blind box had opened a total of 9 times. This was probably the blessing of a Tier 5 single-use good luck card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to draw 9 times. Furthermore, he was given 80 billion energy values. What else could Wang Meng say? He could only say that the system was awesome. This put Wang Meng in a good mood. This was because the energy value he currently possessed had reached 120 billion. The next evolution would definitely be a breeze. With that thought, Wang Mang said happily, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Successfully deducted 60 billion energy values. Evolution is in progress. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of his evolution. However, what Wang Mang didn't know was that during the few days he was evolving, this was because he had disturbed a young genius who had failed to break through and had a grudge against him. Instead, through the mixed aura that he and ancestral Gregon often interacted with day and night, this tyrannical young genius had instead found ancestral Gregon. At this moment, ancestral Gregon was recovering his cultivation in seclusion. He had finally recovered his cultivation of the first heavenly layer. This was because he had swallowed more than 10 former tyrannical geniuses, and the essence of these geniuses was enough for him to recover some of his vitality. Therefore, after some adjustment, he successfully recovered to the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor with the help of this huge and pure power of laws. After recovering his cultivation of the first heavenly layer, ancestral Gregon was in a very good mood. He slowly stood up and was about to move his body. Suddenly, rumble! A loud explosion took place. Then, the space enchantment that he had set up during his seclusion was shattered. The terrifying remaining aura swept through the entire cave. This made ancestral Gregon stunned at first. Then he was both shocked and angry, because if he was still recovering his cultivation just now, at the critical moment, he would definitely fail on the verge of success. Who? How dare you disturb my seclusion? In a rage, ancestral Gregon rushed out of his seclusion. Then he saw a young genius in green robes standing proudly in the air with his arms crossed. This young genius in green robes was looking at him coldly, and his aura was still suppressing him. After sensing that this young genius's aura was between the 4th and 5th heavenly layer of Divine Emperor, even ancestral Gregon could not help but be shocked. Therefore, this young genius's strength was not weaker than his in the past. Thinking of this, ancestral Gregon suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Fellow cultivator, you disturbed my seclusion when I was in seclusion. Are you trying to form an irreconcilable feud with me?" Hearing this, Duan Tianya laughed out of anger, and his face was distorted. "When I was in seclusion, you destroyed my space enchantment and caused me to fail. Now you're asking me if I want to form an irreconcilable feud with you? What a joke. Although it's a pity that I couldn't disturb your breakthrough, I still want to seek justice from you." After saying that, Duan Tianya's face was filled with murderous intent. He formed a seal with both hands, and a terrifying divine ability was formed. Moreover, he went all out from the start, and it could be said that he was going to kill ancestral Gregon. Finger-shattering mountains and rivers. At the same time, a terrifying sword, Finger Great Divine Ability, whizzed through the air. Seeing this, ancestral Gregon was completely dumbfounded. What the F***CK? He was clearly disturbed when he was in seclusion. Why did he become the victim instead? When did he disturb this guy's seclusion? He was even better at lying than Wang Mang. He was simply sitting at home, but the trouble came from the heavens. It was an unexpected disaster. This was simply going too far. This was intolerable. In his anger, ancestral Gregon was also enraged. He roared, "You're too much. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Then he did not waste any more time and immediately attacked with all his might, fighting fiercely with this young genius. Although his opponent's battle strength was between the 4th and 5th heavenly layer of Divine Emperor, ancestral Gregon was not someone to be trifled with. He was once at his peak. Who does this guy think he is? For a moment, the two of them were really angry, and they could not wait to kill each other. But the difference in strength between the two of them was not big. Therefore, the battle became more and more intense, but it was difficult to determine the winner. However, the surrounding barren forest and ruins were in a mess from the aftermath of the fierce battle between the two of them. At the same time, when the two of them were fighting fiercely, at this moment, in a cave in a barren forest, as the culprit, Wang Mang, he had no idea about this matter. After waking up from the evolution, Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes. Terrifying law of the Tao overflowed from his body. Even Wang Mang's body was flowing with the power of law of Tao. Is this the battle strength of a fourth heavenly layer of Divine Emperor? It's still 3 times stronger than a third heavenly layer of Divine Emperor. In other words, a fourth heavenly layer of Divine Emperor can actually kill a third heavenly layer of Divine Emperor. Wang Mang, who felt the powerful power of law in his body, could not help but mutter to himself. That was because under this terrifying power, there was no one who could resist it. Wang Mang felt unprecedentedly strong. If combined with the ancient demon overlord body, he wanted to kill a fourth heavenly layer of Divine Emperor. It would be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but be in high spirits, because he seemed to have seen the scene of him punching a legendary genius and stepping on a legendary genius. Chapter 792. After all, his battle power had already reached the fourth heaven of the Emperor God realm. Moreover, he wasn't far from breaking through to the next level. Once he broke through again, his battle power would reach the fifth heaven of the Emperor God realm. When he became a legendary genius, his battle power would reach the sixth heaven of the Emperor God realm. Wang Mang did not doubt that if he continued to conquer the path of myriad realms, if he continued to fight, he might really become a supreme being. In the past, Wang Mang did not even dream of becoming a supreme being. He had indeed fantasized about it, but he knew himself well. But now, it seemed that he really had a glimmer of hope. After all, he had broken through to become a peerless genius. He still had 500 days of talent left. He still had so many talent points left. It could make him a legendary genius. With that thought, Wang Mang could be said to be in high spirits. Then Wang Mang said without hesitation, "System, use the talent points. Advance to become a peerless genius." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. 150 days of talent points have been successfully deducted. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Become a peerless genius. As soon as the voice sounded, Wang Mang could feel a mysterious power entering his body. Under the cover of this power, Wang Mang's body was full of holiness. Moreover, this power was very gentle, as if it was bathing him in the sun. After a long time, after the mysterious white light disappeared, Wang Mang felt very comfortable. Then Wang Mang said in his heart again, "System, use the talent points. Become a legendary genius." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. 300 points of talent points have been successfully deducted. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Become a legendary genius. As soon as the voice sounded, a terrifying power descended from the sky and instantly rushed into Wang Mang's head, enveloping him again. Under this huge white power of the law of the Tao, Wang Mang was like an angel from heaven. At the same time, Wang Mang's aura began to rise, and finally, his battle power reached the fifth heaven of the Emperor God realm. After the white light disappeared, Wang Mang couldn't help but let out a wild howl as he abruptly opened his sharp eyes. The power of the law of lightning flowed through Wang Mang's eyes. At the same time, Wang Mang's aura stabilized at the fifth heaven of the Emperor God realm. Is this the legendary genius? Wang Mang looked at himself and couldn't help but feel excited. He could feel that he was 3 times stronger than a fourth sky god emperor with just a wave of his hand. With this terrifying energy in his body, he could kill third heaven god emperors with a flip of his hand. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but get excited. This was 2F asterisk King Simple. I'm already a legendary prodigy. He felt that it would not be difficult to become a legend of heaven. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but mutter to himself excitedly. Right at this moment, the system's voice then sounded frowny-faced ding. Gentle reminder, the host has reached the legendary level. The method of obtaining talent points has changed. Ding. The host can now devour a peerless genius and gain 0.5 talent points. Ding. The host can now devour a peerless genius and gain 1 talent points. Ding. The host can now devour a peerless genius and gain 2 talent points. Ding. The host can now devour a legendary prodigy and gain 10 talent points. Ding. The host can now devour a legendary prodigy and gain 1 talent points. Ding. The host can now devour a supreme prodigy and gain 1 talent points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What was going on? System, you're not targeting me, are you? Why, after becoming a legendary prodigy, the amount of talent points obtained would change? For a moment, Wang Mang was furious. He didn't expect that after becoming a legendary prodigy, the change in the amount of talent points obtained would be so huge. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Gentle reminder to the host. When the prodigies become legendary prodigies. Ding. The talent points obtained by all prodigies hunting low-level prodigies will be greatly reduced. Ding. It's not just for the host alone, but for all legendary prodigies. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang immediately regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have broken through to legendary prodigy. This way, he could have accumulated talent points first. But now, he couldn't accumulate talent points at all, because even if he hunted legendary prodigies, he could only gain 10 talent points. This was simply abnormally harsh. But before he broke through, the energy points obtained from hunting prodigies were not small. Thinking of this, Wang Mang wanted to slap himself a few times. However, since things had already developed to this point, even though Wang Mang felt helpless, he had nothing to say. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably stay as a legendary prodigy for a long time. But at this moment, Wang Mang finally understood why even the strongest prodigy hunter, such a powerful existence, they had always been stuck at the legendary prodigy level, because they couldn't accumulate talent points at all. Because of the system, Wang Mang could still accumulate talent points in the early stages. But after he became a legendary prodigy, he couldn't continue to accumulate talent points. But thinking that he still had 350 days left, Wang Mang's mood finally improved a lot. In other words, he wanted to become a legendary prodigy. He still needed 1,150 days of talent points. Even if he hunted legendary prodigies, he had to hunt a total of 115 of them. This was enough for him to break through to the legendary prodigy level. After being depressed for a long time, Wang Mang muttered in his heart, "System, open my personal information," because he wanted to see how much energy points he would need to break through next time. The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Mang, Sage to Be's disciple, Wanmo ancestor. Type, Ancient Fiendish Python, limit 800 meters. Realm, Seventh heaven of Holy Emperor, legendary prodigy. Body shape. HP 27,000, length 730 meters, width 36 meters, weight 120 million tons. Top supernatural power. Ancient demon tyrant body, perfection. Swallowing spirit, devouring technique, perfection. 3 lives, supreme Buddha, mastery, wrath of the gods and devils, perfection. Space. 1 bottle of Wangqing water. 1 falling saint pill, 1 6-flavor emperor pill, 1 falling god cannon, 1 one-time top rank, 5 bad luck card. Equipment. Top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask, holy emperor mask, talent points, 350/1500. Energy points, 60 billion/100 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang's expression eased slightly. Fortunately, this was the energy points needed for evolution. It didn't increase too much. Otherwise, Wang Mang would really cry to death. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose to do as you wish and continue to stay outside the city. After increasing your strength by 1 more level, enter the city again. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 10 billion energy points. Immortal King, level blind box X1. Immortal King, level treasure, chest X1. Mission 2, choose to develop wretchedly and stay outside the city for a long time. After becoming a legendary prodigy, enter the city again. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 100 billion energy points. Immortal King, level blind box X2. Immortal King, level treasure, chest X2. Mission 3, kill your way through and be invincible in the world. Become a supreme being who suppresses rank 5 for an era. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, free evolution opportunity X3. Immortal Emperor, level treasure, chest X2. Immortal Emperor, level blind box X1. Chapter 793. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first, but he didn't feel too surprised. Every time his strength increased greatly, the system would always give him missions. This time was no exception. But what made Wang Mang a little speechless was that the difficulty of each mission could be said to be different. The first mission had a good reward, and there was basically no difficulty. It was completely up to him. This was worth considering. The second mission was to intercept the prodigies outside the city and become a legendary prodigy. The difficulty of this mission could be said to be very high, although Wang Mang still had 350 days of qualifications. But to become a legendary prodigy, he needed 1,500 days of qualifications. Even if he wanted to kill a legendary prodigy, he needed to kill 115 of them, more than 100 legendary prodigies. Where could Wang Mang go to kill so many? Thinking of this, Wang Mang also felt a little helpless. Metaphorically speaking, in the last wave of prodigies, Wang Mang and Ancestral Graygon didn't kill any legendary prodigies at all. Most of the prodigies were peerless prodigies or unparalleled prodigies. Basically, there were very few legendary prodigies. Because of this, if he really wanted to rely on blocking the city to kill prodigies and become a legendary prodigy, then obviously it would be a very long mission. Of course, compared to the second mission, the third mission was as difficult as ascending to the sky. He directly killed his way to become a supreme being. Who knew when he could become a supreme being? After all, for the current Wang Mang, even becoming a legendary prodigy was very far away. Not to mention becoming a supreme prodigy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang almost ruled out the third mission. Because the third mission period was too long, who knew how long it would take? As for the second mission, although Wang Mang was tempted, but he felt that it would take too much time, because there would be prodigies coming in one after another outside the city. But the prodigies outside the city obviously couldn't be compared to those inside the city. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made a decision in his heart. He silently said, "System, I choose the first mission." The next moment, the system's voice also sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission quickly to get the reward." After hearing the system's voice, only then did Wang Mang happily stand up and walk out of the cave. After that, Wang Mang soared into the sky and flew towards the middle of the city. After flying over the barren forest, Wang Mang arrived at the city gate. What surprised Wang Mang was that, at this moment, there were more than 10 prodigies outside the inn, at the city gate. The dozen or so sky prides were all exceptional sky prides and peerless sky prides. Moreover, the strongest was merely a third heaven god emperor. The weakest among them was only a sixth heavenly layer saint emperor. This made Wang Mang speechless. He really couldn't understand. Why would someone with the battle prowess of a sixth heavenly layer saint emperor have the guts to participate in the war? In other words, it was very likely that this person was only an early saint emperor. It had to be said that this fellow was indeed quite daring. If Wang Mang only had this level of strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to conquer the myriad worlds with this level of strength. As his eyes flickered, Wang Mang's killing intent surged. Although the number of sky prides was small, to Wang Mang, mosquitoes were meat no matter how small they were. If he waited for the ancestral Graygon to come, this bastard would definitely attack without hesitation. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang walked over with a smile on his face. At the same time, many sky prides in the inn looked at Wang Mang in surprise. There was arrogance, fear, and disdain in their eyes. Obviously, even though Wang Mang's battle prowess had reached the fifth heaven god emperor, he still couldn't convince these sky prides or make them bow down to him. If they were so easily frightened, they wouldn't have participated in the conquest of the myriad worlds. Wang Mang wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, 2 of the sky prides seemed to have heard the inn owner's words and quickly ran into the city. Seeing this, Wang Mang's face darkened, and he looked at the inn owner coldly. Seeing this, the inn owner shrugged indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take Wang Mang seriously. He wasn't like these sky prides who didn't dare to enter the city for the time being. He had the support of a peak emperor god legend in the city. So what if Wang Mang doesn't like him when he looks at you? Why don't you dare touch him? After thinking for a while, the young inn owner reminded Wang Mang loudly in front of him, "Fellow sky prides, be careful. If there's nothing else, enter the city now." Many sky prides who didn't dare to enter the city like you last time were killed by him. Following the young inn owner's reminder, many of the sky prides who didn't take Wang Mang seriously changed their faces. Then, many sky prides saw Wang Mang's gloomy expression and immediately chose to enter the city quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 5 to 6 sky prides flew into the city quickly. Seeing this, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. "This guy really thinks that I don't dare to kill him." Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately waved his hand and set up a barrier around them. The geniuses who were initially hesitating began to panic. Seeing this, Wang Mang's expression was calm and indifferent. "If all of you kill the inn owner and the waiter, I'll let all of you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing all of you." Saying this, Wang Mang's face was filled with killing intent. This caused many of the geniuses' expressions to change drastically. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. because they didn't expect the owner to be telling the truth. Wang Mang obviously had some ideas about these sky prides. However, Wang Mang's words caused the prodigies present to hesitate. They were somewhat tempted to make a move. That was because they were the most powerful among all the sky prides. There was only one peerless genius whose battle prowess had reached the third sky of Emperor God realm. This kind of strength was not worth mentioning in front of Wang Mang, who had reached the fifth sky of the Emperor God realm. Seeing the sky pride's eyes filled with killing intent, the young owner and the waiter changed their faces. Among them, the young owner roared angrily and warned, "Don't you dare touch me! Behind me there is a legendary sky pride whose battle strength has reached the peak of the Emperor God realm. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely die even if you enter the city." After saying this, the young owner turned to look at Wang Mang with a gloomy face and threatened, "Boy, don't think that you're invincible just because your battle strength has reached the fifth sky of the Emperor God realm. You want to instigate these guys to kill me? Try touching me if you dare." Chapter 794. Hearing that, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. This bastard really couldn't see the situation clearly. If this guy didn't interfere with his business, Wang Mang was worried about the peak Emperor God level legendary prodigy behind him, so it was understandable for him to spare his life. But did this guy really think that Wang Mang would be afraid of a peak Emperor God level legendary prodigy in the city? If that was what this guy was thinking, Wang Mang could only say that this guy was too naive. In his rage, Wang Mang didn't know what he would do. Thus, as he looked at the incomparably arrogant and savage owner, Wang Mang laughed nastily and said, "Fine, fine, fine. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After saying that, Wang Mang looked at the five prodigies in the inn and said coldly, "Why aren't you guys making a move yet? If you wait for me to make a move, you can all die together with him." Unfortunately, in the face of Wang Mang's threat, these prodigies were still hesitant. Some of the prodigies couldn't help but speak with a sullen face. "Fellow cultivator, we have no quarrel with you. Why do you have to force us?" "That's right. Fellow cultivator, Wang Mang didn't provoke you. Why do you have to make a move on us?" "Fellow cultivator, don't go too far. We'll meet again in the future. You may have the upper hand now, but it doesn't mean you'll always have the upper hand." After hearing these prodigies' words, Wang Mang immediately laughed coldly. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. When Wang Mang reappeared, he was already behind the prodigy, who had spoken vaguely to him. Then, this prodigy had just reacted and didn't have time to dodge. Wang Mang raised his hand and blasted his head. Soon after, Wang Mang's upper body transformed into a huge snake and swallowed it into its bloody maw. Then, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a seventh heaven of Holy Emperor. Unparalleled prodigy. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 70 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully gained 2 talent points." At the same time, the other heaven's favorites saw this and were extremely shocked. Their faces were full of fear. But just as they were about to flee the city, however, he discovered that he couldn't break the barrier at all, especially those geniuses whose fighting power had yet to reach the Emperor God level. Under the pressure of Wang Mang's terrifying aura, he couldn't move at all. Therefore, Wang Mang took a few breaths. Then, it devoured the other heavens chosen. The system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a fifth heaven of Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 50 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a second sky of Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 20 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 2 talent points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 4th heaven of Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 40 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 talent point. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 6th heaven of Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 60 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 2 talent points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's expression was calm as usual. He looked at the young owner and the waiter of the inn expressionlessly. Under their shocked, angry, and nervous gazes, Wang Mang finally slowly opened his mouth and said, "That's right. Why don't you have any self-awareness at all? I didn't kill you last time. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Or do you think I'm afraid of the legendary heavens chosen, with the fighting power of a peak emperor god behind you? I'm just saying that as long as you don't disturb me, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." At this point, Wang Mang paused, his face full of confusion. "But why do you have to court death?" Hearing this, the young owner of the inn said with an unsightly expression, "Kill me if you can. You can see if Luo Qiancheng will let you go after you enter the city." Wang Mang nodded when he heard this, and he said with an indifferent expression, "All right, I'll wait. Let's see what he can do to me." After saying that, Wang Mang's upper body transformed into the body of a giant python again. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed the owner and the waiter into his bloody mouth. Then, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 5th heaven of Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 50 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 2 talent points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a 4th heaven of Saint Emperor, a peerless genius. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 40 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, Tree Tribe! Successfully obtained 1 talent point." Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Finally, it's much quieter." As he spoke, Wang Mang waved his hand and broke the enchantment. At this moment, a helpless voice sounded from afar. "Friend, why did you kill Luo Tiancheng's men? Do you know that you're in big trouble?" Hearing that, Wang Mang immediately looked over. Then Wang Mang saw Duan Lang flying over from the barren forest. In the next moment, Duan Lang arrived in front of Wang Mang and looked at him speechlessly. Seeing that, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he frowned and said, "What do you say? Is Luo Qiancheng very powerful?" Hearing that, Duan Lang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Friend, you don't know. He's not just powerful. It's not an exaggeration to say that Luo Qiancheng can do whatever he wants in the city, because Luo Qiancheng has formed an alliance with 4 legendary geniuses at the peak of the Emperor God level. They're also known as the Nightmare Alliance in the city. It's simply a nightmare for all geniuses. Even legendary geniuses are all hunted by the Nightmare Alliance, because they've even hunted legendary geniuses before. Even if they failed, they still managed to escape unscathed. Even in the first stage of the conquest of the heavens, the Nightmare Alliance is one of the most famous alliances." After hearing Duan Lang's words, Wang Mang's originally nonchalant expression instantly turned serious. He originally thought that Luo Tiancheng was just standing behind him. He was just a legendary genius who had reached the peak of the Emperor God level. But what Wang Mang never expected was that this Luo Tiancheng was already heaven-defying enough. In the end, he even formed an alliance. Moreover, it was an alliance of 5 legendary geniuses at the peak of the Emperor God level. Chapter 795. What a guy! This alliance, this was 2F** King disgusting. A legendary genius with the combat power of a peak Emperor God was already powerful enough, yet they formed an alliance. This was simply not giving the other geniuses a chance to survive. At this moment, looking at the gloomy Wang Mang, Duan Lang smiled bitterly and said, "Now you know why Luo Tiancheng is not to be trifled with. My advice to you now is to find a few powerful teammates and form an alliance with them before considering entering the city. Otherwise, if you offend Luo Tiancheng, he will not let you off easily." After hearing Duan Lang's words, Wang Mang nodded slowly and smiled softly. "Thank you for your reminder. I know what to do." After saying that, Wang Mang asked curiously, "Why don't you enter the city? And I don't see you hunting geniuses either." Hearing that, Duan Lang said helplessly, "I do want to hunt geniuses. Unfortunately, my strength does not allow me to do so. Now that I'm running around in the wilderness, I want to try my luck and see if I can find any opportunities. That's because many defeated geniuses in the past did not even have time to return to the world they came from. If I'm lucky, I can obtain the treasures left behind by these geniuses. It's even possible to obtain the inheritance." Hearing this, Wang Mang came to a sudden realization and nodded. "So that's how it is. Fellow Taoist, please be careful as well." Obviously, Wang Mang had a good impression of Duan Lang. This guy had answered his questions several times and kindly reminded him of many things. Duan Lang also smiled and nodded. After resting for a while at the city gate, he turned around and flew towards the wilderness. Seeing that, Wang Mang shook his head slightly. He really could not understand why this guy was so weak. Why did he still want to conquer all the worlds? At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw Ancestral Graygon and a figure flying towards him from afar. In the blink of an eye, the two were already very close. At the same time, Wang Mang also saw the figure beside Ancestral Graygon. This was an extremely young genius. His aura was extremely tyrannical. From this young prodigy's aura, Wang Mang could sense that this fellow was also a legendary prodigy. Furthermore, his battle strength and aura were at the peak of the 4th heaven of the Emperor God realm. Most importantly, Wang Mang felt that his aura was somewhat familiar. Where have I met him before? Just as Wang Mang was feeling puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. Ancestral Graygon chuckled. "Wang Mang, let me introduce you. This is Emperor Qing." At the same time, Ancestral Graygon introduced to Emperor Qing. "Emperor Qing, this is the Wang Mang I told you about." Emperor Qing nodded and cupped his hands at Wang Mang. Li Qinglian greets fellow Taoist Wang Mang. "Fellow Taoist Wang Mang, just call me Emperor Qing." After hearing this, Wang Mang smiled and nodded politely. "Emperor Qing, your strength is extraordinary." Emperor Qing smiled and shook his head. "If it weren't for someone disturbing my breakthrough, my combat strength would be on par with yours. Unfortunately, when I was in seclusion, some scoundrel came to disturb me and caused me to fail on the verge of success." Emperor Qing couldn't help but gnash his teeth. However, Wang Mang was startled when he heard those calm words. In just an instant, Wang Mang guessed that this guy was probably the one who had been disturbed by him in the cave not long ago and failed to break through. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a little guilty, but he pretended to be surprised and said, "I see, that scoundrel is really hateful." At this moment, Ancestral Graygon looked at Wang Mang in shock and asked, "You broke through to the legendary level? How is this possible?" Obviously, Ancestral Graygon didn't pay attention to Wang Mang at first, but after carefully observing Wang Mang's aura, he immediately sensed the familiar prodigy aura on Wang Mang's body. This also proved that Wang Mang had stepped into the legendary level of prodigy. Because of this, he felt very shocked. After all, Wang Mang had only been here for a short time. In the end, he had already broken through to the legendary level. He was on equal footing with him so soon. For a moment, Ancestral Graygon felt a little uncomfortable. He even couldn't accept the reality, because from now on, the sense of superiority he had over Wang Mang was also gone. If his cultivation was still at the 8th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, he could still look down on Wang Mang. Unfortunately, he had only recovered his cultivation to the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. His combat strength was only at the 4th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, compared to Wang Mang's current combat strength at the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. He was already weaker by a large margin. This also made Ancestral Graygon guess in his heart. Wang Mang didn't just break through to the legendary level. Obviously, his cultivation realm had also broken through, or else Wang Mang couldn't have reached the 5th heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Ancestral Graygon's heart was very bitter, and his face was a little depressed. Similarly, Li Qinglian also looked at Wang Mang with some surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Wang Mang to have just broken through to the legendary level. He thought that Wang Mang himself was a legendary level genius. Although Wang Mang had just broken through to the legendary level. However, he would not associate Wang Mang with the fellow who had sabotaged his breakthrough. However, in Li Qinglian's heart, he also attached great importance to Wang Mang, because in Li Qinglian's view, Wang Mang's level of excellence was on par with his. Even looking at the current situation, Wang Mang was one step ahead of him. After being seen through by Ancestral Graygon, Wang Mang didn't care. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Yes, brother Ancestral Graygon, you're behind me now." Hearing this, Ancestral Graygon snorted coldly, obviously in a very bad mood. After taking a deep breath, Ancestral Graygon said coldly, "Tell me, what are your plans now? Do you want to enter the city or continue to block the city?" Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he smiled and asked, "What's your plan?" Hearing this, Ancestral Graygon said calmly, "If you want to enter the city, I'll continue to block the city with Li Qinglian. If you don't enter the city, we'll block the city together. The more people, the better. What do you think? What do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. This guy was really well prepared. Clearly, the Ancestral Graygon had already found someone to replace him. If he and Ancestral Graygon went their separate ways, this guy also had an ally. Unfortunately, Wang Mang obviously wouldn't enter the city easily now, or rather, before he found a strong enough ally. He wouldn't choose to enter the city easily. Therefore, Wang Mang chuckled and said, "Then let's block the city together." Hearing this, Ancestral Graygon said coldly, "If that's the case, let's make it clear first. Every time we block the city, we'll each take 1/3. Hearing this, Wang Mang shook his head and refused. That's impossible. After joining hands to block the boundary, how many geniuses we can kill will depend on our own skills. Hearing this, Ancestral Graygon was so angry that he laughed and said, "Then, do you think we still need you?" Wang Mang had an indifferent expression on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. "Up to you. You block your way, and I'll block mine." Seeing Wang Mang's shameless look, Ancestral Graygon's expression changed. Ancestral Graygon's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Mang, don't go too far." Chapter 796. Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he said in annoyance and amusement, "How am I going too far? Isn't it fair to work together to set up the enchantment and kill more or less? Since you don't want to, we'll go our separate ways. If I can kill more prodigies, do I still have to divide the spoils with you fairly? If that's the case, why should I try my best to improve my strength?" At this point, Wang Mang paused and mocked. "Besides, using our own means is the fairest way. If you can't kill more prodigies, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. Who else can you blame?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Ancestral Graygon, whose face was already stiff and ugly, trembled with anger. Obviously, after Wang Mang became strong, Ancestral Graygon was really mad at him for turning his back on him. But seeing Wang Mang's mocking and ugly face, Ancestral Graygon was helpless. He even had no doubt that if he didn't have the means to forcefully improve his strength, it was even possible that Wang Mang would attack him. Because at this moment, Ancestral Graygon finally saw Wang Mang's true colors: hypocritical, shameless, and disgusting. Like a wolf in the mountains, arrogant when successful. In Ancestral Graygon's opinion, this sentence was the most appropriate to describe Wang Mang. Just as Ancestral Graygon was feeling aggrieved and angry, Li Qinglian nodded in agreement and chuckled. "Well said. Well said. Kill more or kill less. Everyone will rely on their own methods. That is the greatest fairness." Fellow Taoist Wang Mang's thinking is still very good. Since ancient times, strength is respected. Harvest depends on one's own means. There's nothing to say. After hearing Li Qinglian's words, Ancestral Graygon was suddenly speechless. He looked at Li Qinglian helplessly. In Ancestral Graygon's opinion, Li Qinglian had never seen Wang Mang's means. He was almost immune to any attacks from existences of the same level. Such a heaven-defying means was destined to be a kill-stealing. The two of them were destined to be completely inferior to Wang Mang. However, Li Qinglian agreed to it. What else could he say? Helpless. Ancestral Graygon also fell silent. Thus, the alliance agreement was reached. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this moment, in and outside the city gate, now more than 50 geniuses had gathered. This was the number of Sky Prides that had gathered in just half a month. As for why it was able to gather so many geniuses, of course, it was because Wang Mang, Ancestral Graygon, and Li Qinglian had set up a terrifying barrier. As a result, the Sky Prides were simply unable to break through the barrier to enter the city. Therefore, after half a month, the geniuses who arrived gradually gathered together. Unfortunately, they were still unable to break the barrier. Unless there was an existence with the battle power of a fifth heaven emperor god. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to blast open the ceiling barriers set up by Wang Mang and the other two. Moreover, in the past half a month, Wang Mang and the others had not killed any Sky Prides. Otherwise, these 50-odd Sky Prides would have been scared off long ago. However, such a number of people was still not enough for Wang Mang and the other two to make a move. Because to the three of them, these Sky Prides were still too few. Obviously, Wang Mang was prepared to gather close to 100 Sky Prides before making a move. But at this moment, in the space portal far away, a figure with a terrifying aura appeared. This green figure with a terrifying aura swept over towards them. Originally, Wang Mang, Ancestral Graygon, and Li Qinglian were calmly drinking tea. After seeing this Sky Pride, the three of them had a drastic change in expression. Then, Ancestral Graygon exclaimed, "Everyone be careful! This guy is too powerful." Hearing that, Wang Mang's expression turned solemn, because this guy's aura had reached the peak of the Emperor God realm. At this moment, in the space portal far away, another black figure appeared. This black figure's aura was even more terrifying. After he appeared, his terrifying aura swept across the entire heaven and earth. Furthermore, as soon as this figure appeared, the expression of the blue-robed genius changed drastically. Then, Wang Mang saw the green figure instantly break the barrier in the city gate. Then, the green figure instantly dashed into the space as if he was running for his life. Similarly, the terrifying black figure also dashed into the city at lightning speed. However, Wang Mang could still see the black figure clearly. This was because this guy was none other than the Sky Pride hunter from the sacred Emperor continent. He could not see his face at all. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe and black aura. After regaining his senses, Wang Mang's forehead was covered in sweat. That was because these two guys' auras were too terrifying. In particular, the Sky Pride hunter seemed to be even more powerful. At the same time, Ancestral Graygon could not help but look bitter. The Sky Pride hunter is here so soon. This guy is still as ferocious and terrifying as usual. He's almost as strong as a peak Emperor God, realm legendary Sky Prides. Hearing that, Li Qinglian's expression turned solemn. Although I don't know how long that green figure will take to become a legendary Sky Pride. Which one are you talking about? The black-robed figure? His aura is not much different from a legendary Sky Pride that I've seen before. Otherwise, it's impossible that a peak Emperor God realm legendary Sky Prides could not fight against him. Hearing that, Wang Mang could not help but nod. Clearly, he agreed with Li Qinglian. However, if the strongest Sky Pride hunter was really close to becoming a legendary Sky Pride, even Wang Mang was convinced. After all, this guy was a Sky Pride hunter who knew how many Sky Prides he had killed while hiding in the sacred Emperor continent. At this moment, Wang Mang could not help but see a few Sky Prides rushing into the city without hesitation. Seeing that, Wang Mang's expression changed drastically. Quick, block the city gate. These Sky Prides are trying to escape. As he spoke, Wang Mang's figure shot out explosively. At the same time, his hands formed seals, and the terrifying law of the Tao once again condensed into a spatial barrier. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang had already set up a spatial barrier. This caused an uproar among the Sky Prides. Over 50 Sky Prides glanced at Wang Mang with dark expressions. However, Wang Mang did not seem to be bothered by it. He performed a hand seal again and set up a barrier with the power of the law of the Tao. In an instant, all the Sky Prides were trapped inside the barrier. Similarly, the ancestral Graygon and Li Qinglian also set up a barrier around them. Seeing this, the Sky Prides panicked even more. Many furious gazes were fixed on Wang Mang and his crew. What are you trying to do? Why are you setting up a barrier to stop us from entering the city? That's right. We've never offended you before. What are you trying to do? I suspect that these three fellows don't have good intentions towards us. They're definitely up to no good. Everyone, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, these three are planning to kill us all. Hee, just the three of them? With over 50 of us here. Do you think we're afraid of them? That's right. If they're up to no good, Wang Mang and I will kill them together. Do they really think we're pushovers? Which one of us here isn't a dragon or a phoenix among men?